The December Board of Supervisors meeting to order, and be using the governor's orders for an open meeting. And so I'll ask for an invocation from Super Mike Carter. Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Ronnie Thompson, and so we'll stand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to wish my fellow board members a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to the staff and all our guests. I'd like to offer a Christmas prayer today that was first coined by Robert Louis Stevenson in the late 1800s. Let us pray. Loving Father, help us remember the birth of Jesus, that we may share in the song of the angels, the gladness of the shepherds, and the worship of the wise men. Close the door of hate and open the door of love all over the world. Let kindness come with every gift, and good desires with every greeting. Deliver us from evil by the blessing which Christ brings, and teach us to be merry with clear hearts. May the Christmas morning make us happy to be thy children, and Christmas evening bring us to our beds with grateful thoughts, forgiving and forgiven. For Jesus' sake, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and at this time I'll ask the members for the approval of the agenda. And do you have any additions, amendments, or any changes to the agenda today?
Make a motion that we approve as presented.
Motion and second. Let's do a roll call.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes, motion is approved. So we'll proceed with that. Any public comment today?
I did not have anybody reach out to sign up, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our consent agenda. We have 6 items. Any discussion or anything you want to add to our agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request that we pull number 3.
Okay. And is there any others? If not, I have a question on item number 2. So we'll go ahead and adopt item 1, 4, 5, and 6 as printed, so we could have a motion.
So moved.
And we have a second, Mr. Cundiff. And we'll look at item number 2 first, and I'll ask our attorney to, and y'all might turn to item number 2 and number 7 in our, and the reason I've withdrawn this is if you read it, I think you might be more confused, at least I was, and I hope our attorney can kind of bring it to a point. To maybe clarify it a little bit for the board members as we read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I will. This, as I mentioned to you previously, this has become a rather standard clause in a lot of different contracts, particularly engineering, architectural contracts, development contracts such as this. The point of it is, just as it says, a limitation of liability, and that is to be liable for producing what is required by the contract, but not be required for any damages that might come as a result of your failure to produce the contract. Or the deliverable, I guess, is the best way to put it. So what they're essentially saying is, if we don't produce a deliverable, we understand that, we don't get paid, we understand that we don't, that we've breached the contract. But if we don't produce the deliverable and that causes you another damage as a consequence, we're not responsible for that. And as an example, if you're let's say you're a traffic light manufacturer and you limit your liability and say you're not liable for consequential damages, if the traffic light goes bad, you have to fix it. But if there's a car accident because the traffic light went bad, you're not responsible for that. That's what you're trying to avoid the responsibility for. So it's the consequence of your failure to perform that is limited. The other thing that is limited is required under, if you want to do the limitation, is required under the Uniform Commercial Code. The Uniform Commercial Code has been adopted in every state and it sets forth standards for contracts for sales of goods. And it requires certain warranties, the warranty of merchantability, the warranty of merchantability is implied. The warranty of fitness for a particular purpose is an express warranty. For example, if you go in and say, I need to buy a tractor and here's what I need it for, and they say the wrong tractor, then you would say, well, you told me this would do the job and it's not doing it. So that's the fitness for a particular purpose. Merchantability just means that it would pass in the trade without objection and would be of a similar quality to other goods that are sold in the same scenario. Both of those warranties have specific damages that are set forth in the Uniform Commercial Code. And again, what they're trying to do here is avoid being responsible for those types of damages. Now, what generally happens in these situations is that it's kind of similar to the bonding situation, I think, with that we were talking about previously in the Broadband Authority meeting, and that is you're going to be told that the contract price has to go up if they have to undertake or bear that particular possibility of damages. For example, if they have to buy insurance for it or whatever, then they would want to pass that through. So the rationale from their side is that it's a cost savings, and it's also a way for them to know exactly, the worst that can happen to them out of the contract. What you need to understand is they're very serious about it. They really are trying to limit liability from that standpoint. And it's a very, very detailed clause.
We need to protect ourselves as well.
Agreed.
I think, Mr. Chairman, that's where you're going, right?
We can, I think, pass it with the understanding that this is reviewed, or at least we're dissatisfied with it.
I think you could authorize the county administrator to execute the contract on behalf of the county without paragraph 7.
Okay. And I just want each of the board members to understand what's written here is very confusing.
Well, it really does mean what it says. That's the problem.
So I didn't read it wrong.
No, sir. No, you didn't.
Okay. Then if we'll take item number 2, and if the board chooses, we could put in there that we could ask the county administrator to see if we could delete item number 7.
Do we want to delete it, or do we just want to reword it to make it more applicable or safer, or to
Well,
protect us?
the first choice would be not to execute it with that language in there. But if that's gonna cause you a situation where, the person you're contracting with says, well, we're not interested anymore, then there probably ought to be a happy medium. And I can tell you from experience, we usually reach a happy medium. So, I understand Mr. Burnett said that we're not in a real time crunch here. So I think with this vote, you would give us the authority to go back and say, we can't live with this, let's work on something we can, we could bring it to you next month.
Okay,
Okay. If we could have a motion to that effect on item number 2.
so move.
We have a motion and a second, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Cundiff. And Madam Clerk, can you word that for us, please?
Yes, sir. So I have, be it therefore resolved by the Board of Supervisors to approve consent agenda item number 2 for the county administrator to, work on executing the agreement, by negotiating the language in paragraph number 7 under the terms. Mr. Attorney, would you suggest any other?
Yeah, just without number 7.
So start with that, okay. So, I'm going to rephrase that. Be it therefore resolved by the Board of Supervisors to approve consent agenda item number 2 and allow the county administrator to execute the agreement without paragraph number 7 under the terms section.
Okay. Righty. Do we have a motion?
And I have Supervisor Thompson and seconded by Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay. And item number 2 passes with the conditions. And we're looking at item number 3, adoption of the 2021 Franklin County legislative agenda, which is an attachment number 3.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to pull this, given the public nature of our meeting, just to bring to the attention of our constituency and citizens of Franklin County that this board has worked very hard to draft and articulate legislative issues that are important and critical to Franklin County in the 2021 legislative session in Richmond. We will have a legislative work session with the legislators this afternoon to formally present this agenda to them and have a chance to converse with them regarding this. If it be the pleasure of the board, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that the board approve and adopt the 2021 legislative agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on item number 3? If not, Madam Clerk, would you poll the board?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff? Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes. So item number 3 passes, and this is our consent agenda is approved. And we'll move on to our attachment number 7, VDOT resident engineer. And Mr. Costello, we are ready to hear your report, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mitchell. You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'll turn your attention to the VDOT road report. First category for the activities for the previous 30 days, just call your attention to the last item, Route 692 Rock Lily Road. That we had that road closed down due to a pipe failure from Hurricane Ada. That work is complete. They may have been able to get the surface done very end of last week, but we did open it up to gravel just to get traffic flowing. Next category, I'll call your attention to the items down towards the bottom, beginning at Route 863 Davis Mill Road. The next 3 items are pipe replacement projects that were in direct effect from some of the hurricanes we've had. We are currently working on Davis Mill right now. The next two, the dates, we actually are flipping the dates. We'll be going to Route 789 Dry Hill Road first, and then coming back to Route 795 Faves Mill. One reason for that is the 789 Dry Hill pipe replacement project needs to get done because we have a bridge project that I'm going to talk about just in a minute, which Dry Hill is actually the detour. So flipping over to the next page under land development and permit, just call your attention to the Facebook Fiber project. That's a project that's going on in various parts of the county. In particular, there's a lot of activity on Route 122, so there's been some lane closures in various places. Just wanted to let you know that's what that is. It's a fiber installation project. Dropping down to the next section, this is not on your board report, but I'm adding under the Franklin County Construction, the Route 40 bridge over Tharp Creek. We received word that the contractor's been selected and they'll begin mobilizing for the superstructure replacement in January, and they tentatively plan to close it the first week of February. Again, that Dry Hill Road will be the detour. And going on to the last page here, I've got a couple of traffic studies and reports to update you on. First one, the Route 616 Scruggs Road and 942 Blue Water Drive intersection. That intersection is going to be converted to a four-way or an all-way stop condition. That tentative plan is scheduled for next Tuesday, the 22nd. We do have message boards being placed out there today to inform the traveling public and get the word out that it's going to be a changed intersection. And that is somewhat weather dependent. We're trying to avoid treating this particular area with salt right now because of the ability to put down the stop bars. We wouldn't be able to do that if we treated. So if we wind up having to treat it, we may need to delay that. Just want to give you a heads up. The next one is Route 616 Scruggs Road and 834 Brooks Mill. We've been looking at this intersection for a while. We've identified some low-cost improvements where we can implement more immediately. Those things include an enlarged stop ahead sign with reflectorized posts, an enlarged stop sign, so it'll be a 48-inch stop sign at the intersection, again with the reflectorized post, and the night arrow we call, which is the black arrows on a yellow sign directly across from the intersection, actually on Scruggs Road. That's going to be an enlarged night arrow sign so that hopefully the folks in the nighttime will be able to pick up about that. So we're doing that, but we also are going to continue to evaluate that intersection. We're going to get some survey data collected for a more robust type project that we'll do out in the future. Next one, 919 Grassy Hill and 994 New Plant. We did meet with AEP out there just last week, and they're putting together some cost for us, but they seem to be pretty optimistic and good to work with for us, so we see that one moving on. Drop down to the completed studies. We've got a couple of speed limits that are going to be recommended on Route 940 Ashmead Road. Signs were posted for a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit. Route 655 is recommended posting for 35, and Route 671 Dove Road is recommended posting for 35. That concludes my board report, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you all may have.
All right, Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Chairman of the board, there's something I'd like to bring up. I spoke with Brian about this just a few days ago. I'll be the first to say that the blinking yellow arrows at 220 in Wirtz Road and 220 in Sontag Road, I'm a huge fan of them, but I want to see them gone. We've came close several times already with losing some of our citizens in a fatal crash. I find them to be very dangerous. People don't understand them. They don't understand how they work. Talking with several of the first responders in the county, they agree with me. I don't know what authority we have, if any, to eliminate these blinking yellows. I told Brian I was going to bring this up today just to give him a heads up. But the blinking yellow arrows at Wirtz Road 220 and Sontag Road 220, I feel very strongly that they need to go. people are just going to have to sit there and wait patiently until the light turns green. And I would like the board's support to get behind me on removing the blinking yellow arrows at these two intersections.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add on to that, I've had discussions with Director Ferguson, and he is keeping a record of the accidents that have occurred at those two intersections. So maybe next board meeting, he could give us an update on that. But I agree with everything Mr. Mitchell said. It's a problem, and someone's going to get killed at one of those intersections.
I have to echo the same thing. I've gotten complaints about them, as well as I'm complaining about them too, because they're very dangerous. And I think that, is there something that can be done, Brian? I'm sure that we're not the only board that has complained about them, or is VDOT looking into anything in regards to changing those or trying to alter them or fix them in a way?
Yes, sir, Mr. Thompson. I did a little bit of talking with our traffic engineering folks, and we actually have a project scheduled for this intersection. I'm talking about 697 at the moment, but several of our intersections throughout the county where these blinking yellows are. 697 is scheduled to become what we call a through cut. So we'll be removing the ability to go directly across, say, from Works to Sheets and vice versa. We'll be restricting that movement. With that project, calls for realigning the northbound left turn and shifting it closer to the southbound lanes. So, for example, one of the problems that we see is if someone's sitting to turn left onto Works with that blinking yellow arrow, if a vehicle is parked to waiting on the light to turn green for them to go into Sheets, that vehicle obstructs their sight distance. So with this project I'm referring to, that left turn lane will be displaced further over to the southbound lanes and eliminate that obstruction. So that's currently scheduled. I want to say it's going to be an advertisement in March of next year, so that's just kind of right around the corner. So certainly that's something that will improve the situation at Works Road in 220.
I'm not really sure that that's going to be an improvement that's going to be accepted very well at all. I've already when you did that and talked about that about 6 months ago, I had some complaints on that at that particular intersection, affecting the businesses there, most particularly Plateau Plaza.
You're right. Back when that was talked about, Mr. Thompson, it was going to be restricting, I believe, the left turns as well, but that is not a component of this project. So this will be only removing the through movement. What was talked about before was actually restricting the left turn, stay off of Work, and requiring the U-turns. So that's not a component of this project.
We'll go back to 619 for just a moment. And I think one of the biggest problems there is the amount of traffic that's trying to make a left turn. It's not unusual when I pull in 4 miles down the road for from 6 to 12 cars be in a row. And when you have that many people turning, you will always have someone that's impatient. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just, Brian, are you saying that there's no chance of us having the blinking yellows eliminated? Is that how I understand you correctly?
No, I'm not saying that. It is definitely something we're monitoring. They're looking at the number of crashes that we've had, and since this was implemented, I want to say it was implemented in December of 18, and we've had about approximately 11 crashes through September of 2020. I understand there may have been another here more recently, but as far as the reports and things that we get, that's what we have. So they are definitely monitoring it. the crashes, can be more severe because they are the side impacts. But I'm definitely, it's on our radar for our traffic engineering section. They're looking at it. They would like to keep the flashing yellow arrow in place because it does provide a benefit to Route 220 to relieve some pressure and let the traffic on 220 continue to flow. But certainly we don't want that at the expense of creating crashes. So we would like to hold off a little bit longer on making any decision on removing it and get this project that we have talked about at Worth Road implemented.
Yeah, the solution to why VDOT, make sure I explain this right. So VDOT doesn't want to obstruct the flow of traffic on 220, so the only logical thing to do that makes sense is those turning lanes to be extended so more cars can get in the turning lane, and that's what makes common sense to me. Does that make sense, Brian?
Yeah, that's something that can be handled, and in fact, there are times, before the flashing yellow, that cars would back up into the southbound left lane, which is a very dangerous situation. But really, it's about optimizing the flow of traffic on 220. So, we get vehicles queued up in that left turn lane, it triggers the signal to turn red on 220, and however many cars, whatever the timing is, they can get through. So that's where your turn lane link comes into play. But when you can actually relieve that pressure on that turn lane and let those vehicles go, that falls to improve the 220 corridor.
Okay.
Brian, before a decision is made, can we not get together and talk about this and try to come up with some alternate solutions? I mean, there's plenty of room there to extend that turning lane and to go back to the way it was, to having the green light. And even we didn't argue or do anything when they closed the bridge on Iron Ridge Road. Do we need to go up there and fix that bridge and so some cars can go up there to turn? I'd just like to talk about all the solutions to get, because it's going to affect businesses, and we're trying to attract business. And if we could just actually come to the table and sit down and try to reach some kind of lucrative agreement that would be beneficial and everybody could live with.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thompson. We'll be glad to do that. I can pull traffic folks together and the project management group, and however you all would like to proceed. We'll be glad to get everybody to the table and talk about why we believe this is a benefit, and get a little bit more information out there to you.
I'll see if we can maybe get staff, Chris, to work on that. And it might be we were talking in the previous meetings about workshops and everything. That might be a good one to do there, the January or something.
Yes, sir.
Brian, I have a question. Is 619 is in surveying for some improvements there. Is there a timetable as to when that might start?
Mr. Mitchell, I don't have that information in front of me, but I do know that I want to say it's the same time frame as this other one. I believe they're all under one contract. So, again, I want to say it's going to be March, but let me follow back up with you on that one in particular to make sure.
Are they included in Go Virginia?
Yes, sir, they should be.
That's what I was thinking of. All right, any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Brian, how you doing, sir?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Good. Oh, I'm happy if I had good sense. Hey, on Route 647 K Fork Road, that thing has been closed for God knows how long. Is there any chance of seeing that thing opened up anytime soon?
I'd love to tell you yes.
You can go
I'll
ahead.
tell you where we stand. we had some meetings with AEP. In fact, met them out in the field on site. There are some concerns on their end regarding the environmental impact, being that it's, there at the lake. And we thought we had some traction and they were going to make some quick decisions and give us what we need to move on. We keep knocking on their door, thought we were going to have some answers. I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but they're aware that they're holding us up. So we are on it. I'd like to tell you that we'd have it sooner than later, but yes, we certainly have plans to open that road back up. It's not been pleasant.
Ken Ford. I have one other question, if you don't mind, sir. At Back Creek Bridge, Crowds Gap, coming from Roanoke to Rocky Mount, I don't think they're doing a very good job of shifting traffic and giving people notice ahead of time what lane to be in. I come through there the other day, and it was confusing during the day, much less at night. I think somebody needs to look at that and talk to those people about how they divide the road up at certain times during the day, because there's a little bit of confusion coming through there.
All right, I will, I'm making a note of that now, and we'll circle with our construction division to make them aware of that and get some eyes on it.
Yeah, 'cause like I said, I come through there the other night, and it was right confusing. But check into it. I certainly appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Hope you and your family have a good
Yes, sir,
Christmas,
will do.
too.
I hope you all have a Merry Christmas.
Any other comments? Brian, we thank you very kindly, and excellent job for filling in for Mr. Daniels, and we certainly appreciate you and thank you.
Thank you much. You all have a Merry Christmas and take care.
Same to you, sir. Thank you.
Brian Carter, our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. In light of the time, if it please the chair and the board to delay my finance report, I really want you to hear from our auditors on their annual financial results. We can do the finance report later in the meeting. I know there are some items on the agenda we don't want to back up too far. If that would be okay, I'll just introduce Mr. Corbin Stone of our auditors, and we can do my finance report another time.
That'll be fine, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chairman, board members, thanks for having me. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, sir.
You should all have in front of you a copy of the audit report. I think it's 174, 177 pages long. We're not going to go through that document. We're going to go through the Cliff Notes, which is the audit presentation. And the first thing I'll point out is on the cover, you have my contact information, and we're here for the board. So if at any point during the year you have a question about finance or the audit, don't hesitate to give me a call. I'm here to help you guys any way I can. The first thing I'll tell you is that the audit went very well, particularly given that we were dealing with and still are dealing with a pandemic. The county received an unmodified or unqualified opinion, which means we believe the financial statements are materially correct. And really, staff did a good job of getting documents to us. We had to get a lot more stuff electronically this year than in years past. But staff did a great job. The school board here at County Finance, the Treasurer's Office, and Social Services about uploading documents for us. So it made it go a lot better than I thought it was going to go when we first started. If you'll turn to page 2 of the handout, I'll kind of go over the numbers for you. A couple pages of numbers I'll go over for you. The reality is we don't know where we're going to be after COVID for a couple of reasons. We've got extremely low interest rates right now, and we've also got quantitative easing going on at the federal level. So we don't know how that's going to impact state and federal funding going forward. We don't know what the impact is going to be in terms of inflation. So if you get into a scenario where state and federal funding is flat or declining, and you have inflation, then obviously you're going to be spending more local dollars than you have in the past. That being said, the county's in pretty good financial shape. On page 2, you can see the statement of net position at the top, and that's a picture of the entire the county, excluding the school board, but it includes all the assets of the government, including this building. It also includes all liabilities of the government, including any debts you have outstanding and your pension liabilities and post-employment benefit liabilities as well. What it all shakes down to is the net position of the county was about $85.4 million at the end of 2020. Of that, $56 million was the net investment in capital assets, less any related debt to those capital assets. So if you have a building worth $5 million or a depreciated value of $5 million, $3 million in loans against it, then you have a net asset that's at $2 million. The current ratio for the county was 10.16. You can see kind of the middle of page 2. That's very good. If your current ratio drops below 1, you're effectively insolvent. So we always like to see it above 2, and you can see for this entire look-back period of 8 years, you've been, the low point was a current ratio of 5. So short-term liquidity has been very healthy for the county. Asset to liability ratio is just over 2. Below that, we have the condensed balance sheet for the governmental funds, and that's also the entire county, but we exclude long-term liabilities, any long-term debts, pension obligations, and we exclude any assets, capital assets. So this is more a measure of the business on a day-to-day basis. You can see current assets ended the year at $66 million compared to liabilities and deferred outflows totaling about $10 million. And ultimately, your total fund balance stood at $56 million at the end of the year. And that's going to include Capital Projects Fund, the General Fund, E911 Fund, basically all funds of the county excluding the school fund. The next page, we're just showing you your long-term obligations. The key thing to look at here is that long-term obligations per capita, which is the first blue line that you see about 2/3 of the way down the page, stood at $2,923. And when we say long-term obligations, that includes your pension obligations, that includes the school board's pension obligations. So we actually pulled them in on this number as well. The reason we're including them is because our comparable data from the state compares them. So you can see the state averages for counties only. In 2019, the second blue line down was $5,814 in debt per capita, or long-term obligations per capita, not just debt, because we're including pension liabilities and similar items. So that gives you an idea. From a debt perspective, your debt is really in check when we compare it against other localities in the Commonwealth. Total principal and interest payments for the year, just over $6 million, and that stood at about 7% of your general fund budget. And we typically like to see that below 10%. That's a common measure. The next page, page 4, we're just showing you your annual growth rates for the general fund by your primary revenue sources and your primary expenditure functions. You can see total revenues have been growing at an annualized rate of about 4%. Your operating expenditures have been growing at an annualized rate of about 2%. Debt service, you can see annualized has gone down, but that's primarily because you had a lot of debt service back in 2013, and it really kind of dropped off and then has been coming back up ever since then. Other financing sources and uses, you can see that's an outlay of about $7.6 million. Basically, that's the money you've transferred to capital projects, the Capital Projects Fund. So overall, we saw an increase in the general fund balance of about $6 million. So that gap between your revenue growth and your expenditure growth, revenues are growing at 4% annually, expenditures are growing at 2%, operating expenditures, that's your ability to finance capital projects, that 2%. So ending fund balance at the end of the year for just the general fund was $32 million, and ending cash balance was also a little over $32 million, closer to $33 million. The reason your cash balance is higher than your fund balance is because you're holding CARES money of about $3 million at the end of the year that we show as, obviously it's cash in bank, and we show it as a liability because if you don't spend it, you've got to send it back to the federal government. So at the end of the year, that inflates your cash balance. So it's important to recognize why that's a little bit inflated. The next page, we're just calculating your operating reserve. What we do is we take that ending fund balance and compare that against your net operating expenditures, and that includes the school board expenditures, and we subtract the transfer between the two funds. So basically, we're saying, what percentage of your budget do you have in reserve right now? And at the end of the year, you're at 23.1%. You can see it's comparing cash to those expenditures, you were at 23.4. If we took out the CARES money that you were holding, you were 21%. We say 10% is the low. When we drop below 10%, we don't think your reserves are adequate. So 20% is a healthy balance. But go back to what I said a few minutes ago. We don't know how COVID and the federal government's response to COVID is going to impact your finances going forward. So you're in a good position, and I like that going into whatever's next. So I guess in a roundabout sort of way, I'm saying don't go spending it all. You might really need it in the near future, in the next 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
On the fund balance, aren't we judged a whole lot how credit ratings are by the fund balance?
Excuse me, say that.
Aren't we judged a whole lot by credit ratings by the fund balance that we have?
Absolutely. I mean, that's going to be what they want to see is exactly what you're showing in these tables. That revenues are growing a little bit more than your operating expenditures, and you've got a growth in fund balance. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good point.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. The next page, page 6, just graphs out or presents pie charts really on your revenues and expenditures, comparing 2013 to 2020, so you can kind of get a long-term view of what your overarching trends are. The one that jumped out to me is that health and welfare has gone up from 14% of your general fund expenditures in 2013 to 18% in 2020. And that's probably largely because of CSA cases, but that's one to watch. Other than that, I don't see anything that really jumps out at me here. The next page, and I'll just mention it, I won't go over it, page 7, we're just graphing out your major revenues and your minor revenues. Same thing on page 8, except we're doing it with expenditures, showing you that information in a graph form. The one thing that I'll point out, your transfers to education, in some years you're including some transfers for them to fund capital projects that they have. In other years, not as much in capital projects. So you can see you could have a decrease or an increase in one year, and that could be related to capital, not necessarily operating. Pages 9 and 10, we just have our management comments for the audit. One of the findings in the back of the audit report is that we made a number of, or recommended a number of adjusting entries in the books, primarily at the school board, and so we would recommend next year, our first comment says we'd recommend have the county finance director kind of review their financial statements before we show up to do the audit. So maybe the county or the school board can catch some of those adjustments before we show up. I won't go over all of these findings. I'll just kind of hit the highlights. Comprehensive Services Act, page 10. If you remember last year, we had a number of findings in our review of the CSA case files. We saw a lot of improvement this year. So last year, we had didn't have documentation to support some of those CSA expenditures. This year, we noted significant improvement. We still had a finding here, a recommendation to improve some of that, but you've come a long way in a year. So we were pleased with what we saw, the progress the county has made. The next couple pages, pages 11, really through, I think 20, is our letter to those charged with governance. This tells you about some of the significant estimates in the financial statements. It also would tell you if we came in to do an audit and management didn't provide us with documents or something like that, we would tell you about it in this letter. We didn't have those problems. Like I said earlier, your staff did a very good job. So you get the boilerplate letter, but I will tell you this talks about a lot of the estimates that are in the financial statements because like the estimate of your pension liabilities, we don't know when someone retires from the county how long they're gonna take a pension. So that's an estimate. It has to be an estimate provided to us by the state. But it kind of goes over those major estimates in your financial statements. and more significant disclosures in the financial statements. And then finally, just to keep really the finance staff on their toes, on page 21 for the remainder of the report, I think it goes to page 27, we have this oversight organization called the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and they come up with new standards on how you're going to present your financial statements. So if we looked at your financial statements 15 years ago, they were probably about 100 pages, and now we're up to 174, 177. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board is responsible for those additional 74 pages. And some new pronouncements are coming out in the next few years that we've put in the back of the report so you can see kind of what your finance staff gets to deal with. The Standards Board has been very busy the last 10 or 15 years. And next year and the next few years is no exception to that. The one thing they did because of COVID, they said they were going to relax any standard implementation during 2020. So anything that was due to be implemented in 2020 in terms of a new reporting standard was held off until 2021 or pushed on even further. But we do have a number of standards coming up that are going to affect the county's financial statement. And I will stop there. I won't go through the entire financial report. We just don't have that much time. But I'll stop there and answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you expect or anticipate there to be some type of exercise in next year's audit that's reflective of the CARES money?
Absolutely.
And the treatment and the interaction that our auditors would have with the federal government and how that's interfacing and resulting in the audit?
Yeah, absolutely. What we're going to get some guidance. It was supposed to come out in actually September, October of this year. It's been postponed at the federal level. We're going to get additional audit guidance on the CARES Act money. So that guidance, we'll have to implement that next year when we do the audit. And we don't know what that looks like yet.
Thank you.
And I'll follow up with some of the things that may have been allowable in fiscal year 20. They may say in fiscal year 21 aren't allowable anymore. We just don't know.
Thank you.
A good question.
Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Stone, we thank you very kindly.
Well, thanks for having me. A real quick follow-up. I did let Brian know as soon as we get that guidance, we'll be passing it along. So, we don't have much time left before you have to spend it. Unfortunately, I think the speed limit's going to be posted after you drove through town, kinda. But we'll let you know as early as we can of what the expectations are from the federal government.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nix,
Hello.
hello.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon,
Thank you.
board members. First of all, Merry Christmas. Good to see you all. I am here today to introduce to you our new Franklin County Public Schools Superintendent. After conducting a nationwide search that included 15 applicants with a very, very strong background, each and every one of them, we found our ideal candidate right here in Franklin County. She was born and raised in True Vine and graduated from Franklin County High School.
Excuse
She
me, Mr.
got an
Chairman.
associate's degree from Virginia Western
Excuse me,
Community.
ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Excuse me. You take your mask off. I can't have you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll go through her
Appreciate
education
it.
degree. Is that better?
That's better.
Thank you.
She earned her associate's degree from Virginia Western Community College. She got a Bachelor of Arts degree from Ferrum College. She earned 2 master's degrees, one from University of Virginia, the other from Radford, and she earned a doctorate of education from Virginia Tech. She's had her hands in a lot of educational fields here in our county, all of them here in our county, from pre-K straight through high school. She was the assistant principal at Franklin County High School. She was a campus principal at Benjamin Franklin Middle School. She was the director of K-5 curriculum and instruction from the school board office here in town. She was a principal at both Boones Mill Elementary School and Snow Creek Elementary School. You can see I'm going through a lot of different things. She is also very involved in the community. She's a member of the Ferrum College Trustee Board, a member of the Ferrum College Executive Board, a member of the Juvenile Drug Court Advisory Committee through Franklin County J&D Court, a member of the Franklin County Sports Hall of Fame Induction Committee. That list goes on, but I'll go on to some of her awards and recognitions. She was selected as the VASSP Virginia Middle School Principal of the Year. She was a recipient of the Ferrum College Distinguished Alumni Award, Franklin County Public Schools Teacher of the Year in 2004, along with Virginia's Region 6 Teacher of the Year. And in 2 years, 2003 and 2004, she was Boone's Mill Teacher of the Year. I could go on and on, but I appreciate that none of you has an extra week to sit here and listen to me talk about all of her awards and accolades. So at this time, it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce you to our new Franklin County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Joyce Bernice Cobbs.
Dr. Cobbs, here's good to see you.
It's good to see
And
you
we
too.
want to welcome you as Superintendent of the Franklin County Public Schools, and we just thank you for your many years of dedication to our county and to our children.
Thank you so much. We've been together a long time, haven't we, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have. I was principal at, like she said, at Snow Creek. We became best friends when I was down at Snow Creek. I have a special place in my heart for all the schools. First, I'd like to thank the board for having me here today. Thank you all very much. And then I'd like to thank the school board members that came with me today. And Ms. Stockton, she is clerk of the school board. And as you know, we can do a lot in life, but if we don't have people that support us, it makes life rather difficult. I have been given a great honor, I want you to know, to be named Superintendent of Franklin County Schools, and I take this responsibility very seriously because my number one responsibility is to ensure that our students are educated and educated at a level that they can go out in the world and thrive. And we would hope that they would come back to Franklin County and serve the county, but I feel like you want that too. But we will hopefully be working together in the near future, and I appreciate any support that you can give our schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cobbs.
And Dr. Cobbs, as our board, we want to extend the best wishes to you in your success, and we just want to say welcome and thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
may we have a quick break, sir?
yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I, before the quick break and the board quickly comes back, we have scheduled at 3:30 today for our state legislators to be with us. So we're trying to reschedule Mr. Burnett, maybe Sheriff, until after the legislators this afternoon, because we still have a tourism item that's coming up as soon as y'all get back from your break, if that will work to keep us on schedule and not keep the legislators waiting.
I'd ask that we be short, please.
Oh, well, sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, sure.
Okay.
Is that all right?
I think we're good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, we certainly will get back to Mr. Burnett and Sheriff Overton's items likely after this next presentation. And then, as we said earlier, we'll pick back up on the financial report if that's okay with Mr. Carter later in the meeting. But we have with us today to give the board an overview of our tourism partnerships with our three partnering agencies. The first being Visit Virginia's Blue Ridge, and Landon Howard's the executive director is with us. And up next after him will be Chris Finley, the executive director of the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber. And then finally, certainly but not least, David Rotenheiser, our tourism office director. And so we thought it was very important to give the board, as we go into the budget season, an overview, because this is certainly one industry, and I'm sure these gentlemen are going to talk a lot about that today, that has been adversely affected by COVID-19 specifically. But I can say certainly that these three offices have diligently worked hard over the last many months, working together and regionally to really position our region and the county in a way that has really weathered the storm. And I think we're going to come out even stronger on the back end. And so I don't want to take any thunder from these gentlemen. So, Mr. Chairman, I thought I would give that introduction.
Yes, sir. Mr. Howard, good to have you with us.
And thank you all. It's such an honor to be here with you, and we thank you so much for this opportunity to come to Franklin County and tell you that if there was one word that we would express today, it would be gratitude. We're gratitude for the partnership. We have gratitude for your support, and especially for the good working relationships we have with your team here. Chris Whitlow serves on our executive committee. It's one of my direct bosses, and so certainly want things to work well. And then Michael Burnett and Paul Chapman and David Rotenheiser, I mean, I can't say enough good things about them. They work diligently with us, and so we're very, very pleased to be part of the regional effort. So what do? We are in charge of place marketing for the Virginia's Blue Ridge region. And what is that all about? Well, it helps us to define where we are, who we are, and why people would want to come and experience who we are. And there's a lot behind this from the standpoint of it's not just about tourism anymore. Our job is to talk about quality of life issues, whether it be America's East Coast mountain biking capital, which is who we are, or whether it be hosting Ironman events or enduro races so that people want to come and visit, and a portion of those people would want to live here. And then that will, of course, mean that they need to work, and then business must thrive. So it all starts with a visit. We are information brokers, and what that means is that we don't actually have a product to sell ourselves. What we do is we sell our region. We have 1,500 businesses that are active partners with us. 172 of those private businesses are are from Franklin County, and we work with them every day in what we do. When we're pouring our milk over our cereal in the morning, we are thinking about what's in yellow: Franklin County, Botetourt, City of Roanoke, City of Salem, and Roanoke County. And you'll see there's a circle there where we have membership, where people have to pay to be part of our effort, whether it be the D-Day Memorial or others. But all the services that we provide to Franklin County are free of charge to those businesses. And here's just a list of them. We've got some good bedtime reading for you that we put in front of each one of you, so I'm not going to go over the list, but if y'all have any questions about it, I certainly would welcome your call. And of course, what we do is we try to impact the region with the money that's spent. And we're at $920 million in spending for visitors in this one region. And we have big goals at hand. We had planned on, by 2021, had it not been for the pandemic, reaching $1 billion in spending and 10,000 full-time employees. I think we're going to put that goal off until about 2022. But we're going to get there. We're going to get there fast. I'd like to share some really good information that we just received, and that's about the vaccine. As you know, I've talked to Carillion just the other day. They've got their first batch, and we think that in the first quarter of the fiscal year, of the calendar year, that as many as 30% of our population is going to end up being vaccinated. the rebates or that we got from the federal government and from CARES Act, and thank you for the support you gave us on CARES Act, made a huge difference on us having a good recovery during the fall. And October was actually a pretty good month. But there's people have money in their pockets as a result of the CARES Act, and we see a huge increase in the GDP coming in the third quarter of 2021. We feel certain that we are going to recover quickly. And for fact, our projections are that 90% of our leisure tourism will be back to normal in 2021. Business travel is going to take a little bit longer to really recover. But we feel like our budgets are going to come back quickly. The key in our assumptions here is that, yes, the first quarter is going to be difficult, but as the vaccine comes through and gets ramped up in the second quarter, we're going to be seeing a significant recovery. We've got a lot of sporting events and other things that are coming our way that are already on the books for third quarter. So we think it's going to be a great recovery. And that's the reason why, if you look at our budget, at 2019 level, we were over $3 million. For fact, our total budget was approaching $4 million. And what we have here is the city of Roanoke gives us invests 3% of the bed tax, Roanoke County 3% of the bed tax, city of Salem 3% of the bed tax, Botetourt County 2%, and Franklin County is an equivalent of 2%. But everybody gets treated equal. Doesn't matter how much bed tax you put into the partnership, you're an equal partner. And so we fully expect to have a full recovery for 2019 budget in the 21-22 budget. Where's our marketing going to go? It's going to be close at hand. People are not going to be flying to Europe. They're not going to be going on these long trips, but we're going to recover quickly from the markets that you see there. We've had incredible, let me tell you, people are stuck at home and been in quarantine, all that stuff. The only thing they can do is be on the internet. So we've had internet numbers that have just been incredible. And a lot of great media coverage, which you'll see in your packet. And as a result of us pushing the media PR efforts, we think we're going to have a very quick recovery, especially from the Virginia and North Carolina markets. Journalists, just from July through November, we've had either hosted or virtual meetings with 79 journalists and 48 mentions just at Franklin County alone. And here's just some of the publications that Franklin County's been in. And we do a lot of virtual media tours. And here's just a few of the folks that you may recognize that we've done virtual media tours with. And here's some other mentions that we have had for Franklin County. It's exciting to see all this great media coverage. Virtual tours that we've done featuring Rocky Mountain, Smith Mountain Lake, Philpott Lake, Boone's Mill, our bike races. I mean, it's really done actually quite well. And I'd be very remiss if I didn't say thank you, and double thank you for this water tower. So much of our market comes out of North Carolina. Believe it or not, we get a lot of people from Charlotte coming in here, and they're coming right up 220, and that's the first thing they see with the mountain behind it is welcome to Virginia's Blue Ridge. We're also grateful that we're now installing $650,000 worth of new wayfinding signs, that which Franklin County is a part of. We've been big supporters of the Enduro race, which was very successful in supporting what we do with mountain biking. And we also work very, very closely with Ferrum College, as we just booked 13 NCAA tournaments, of which one of them is led by Ferrum College, NCAA Division III Wrestling. That will be at the Berglund Center in 2023. So we've actually hosted more NCAA tournaments in our region than any place else in the United States other than Omaha, Nebraska. So that's something to be proud of. On our website, you have your own section on Franklin County, and we'd encourage you to go to visitbbr.com to discover that. So thank you so much for your leadership. I think I may have gone over a little bit, and I apologize, but I want to thank you all again for the tremendous partnership and generosity that you provided us. And we look forward to getting past this pandemic and good things happening for our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Howard.
Howard, and we appreciate you coming
Thank you.
and your efforts for the region.
Thank you, sir.
If you got any influence, you can help Mr. Mike there, get a Cracker Barrel and a Hampton Inns over here.
I tell you what, that and some hotels.
Huh?
We need some hotels down here too.
What Hampton Inn is. Hampton Inn.
Oh,
and
I thought you, I'm sorry, I didn't, I'm sorry.
Hampton Inn and Cracker Barrel.
The Hampton Inn and Cracker Barrel, okay, I heard, sorry about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I stay in Hampton Inns all the time, so yeah, that would be great.
I'll tell you another thing. I've been camping for 40 years, and we need more campgrounds because a lot of people travel with the trailers. And when they go into a certain area, you know, just like I do, if I go to Virginia Beach, I'll access everything around there. Same way with Myrtle Beach, same way with Ferrum up here. I mean, wherever you go with a camper, you know, you always, what I call scout around. You ask people where's the best places, where you go this, where you go see this. And I think campers are underrated because they do a lot of good for the people and bring in a lot of money. I mean.
And I have to agree with you that the two things that we're lacking and that we get lots of questions about is more campgrounds and more cabins. Those are the two things that people are looking for that I wish we had more of.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks,
Have a
Mr.
good
Howard.
Christmas.
Mr. Finley?
Mask on or off?
Off.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. I'm Chris Finley, Executive Director with the Smith Mountain Lake Chamber. It's nice to be here, and thanks for the opportunity to share an update on our organization, some of the challenges that we have faced as a result of the pandemic, and some success stories along the way. So a little bit about the Chamber. Our mission is twofold. We promote tourism, and we advocate for businesses. On the Chamber side of our organization, our regional membership consists of 3 localities, including Bedford, Franklin, and Pittsylvania County. Each month, we host 3 networking forums, and one of those take place at the Franklin Center, welcoming professional development opportunities for the small business community. We also publish an annual public policy agenda, which you should have received the 2021 agenda for on behalf of the Chamber. And of course, we host candidate forums each year. On the tourism side of our operations, we operate a state-certified visitor center located at Bridgewater Plaza. This year alone, we have processed 65,000 inquiries. That's about a 30% increase as a result of the pandemic. The pandemic has brought an influx of vacationers and travelers to the Smith Mountain Lake region. We also publish an award-winning visitor guide. That 100-page full-color document encompasses about 12 pages devoted to Franklin County and Rocky Mount and neighboring Boones Mill. Annually, we execute a destination, marketing, and public relations plan. Similar to VBR, we target Northern Virginia as well as the Triad and Triangle, North Carolina feeder markets, and of course, our various events throughout the year. Collaboration is key, and some ways in which we work with Virginia's Blue Ridge and Franklin County is we share space, advertising space, and editorial in the Virginia State Travel Guide. I actually serve on Virginia Blue Ridge's Marketing Council. We have dedicated pages to Franklin County and neighboring localities in the Visitor Guide. Mike Burnett serves on the Chamber's board, and Virginia's Blue Ridge, Virginia Tourism, and Franklin County serve on the Chamber's Marketing Council. The pandemic, one of the toughest years in my 22-year career. We canceled all 3 of our signature events, resulting in about a $250,000 loss in income. As a 501c6 organization, we have been ineligible for any of the PPP or payroll protection funding to sustain payroll, operations, including lease or benefits, which has resulted in downsizing from 6 full-time positions to me and 1 part-time associate. We do remain on a budget freeze for non-essentials, and we have experienced a decrease in membership as a result of the small business community being impacted by the pandemic. But like every other company, we've had to get creative and think outside the box in ways that we have pivoted for recovery. We launched a resource center out of the gate, one of the first in the region to do so. I was proud and privileged to serve on Franklin County's COVID task force, along with neighboring stakeholders and constituents. We executed a Shop Local and Shop Safe campaign. While it's important to state and communicate, yes, we're open for business, we had to do so to project safely and healthy. All of our in-person events, we pivoted to virtual programming. And last but not least, we applied for and received $30,000 in tourism grants from Virginia Tourism. We also, in the March timeframe, kicked off a grassroots campaign, a Stronger Together initiative, and you can see some of your fellow constituents and community partners featured in a campaign that really underscored the importance of working together and collaborating. Our Wonderlove grant, you can see our tourism partners there who are represented. With that grant, $10,000 doesn't go a long way, but we used those monies to produce a tourism commercial, as well as new LoveWorks signage at the Visitor Center. I'll share that commercial that's produced with you.
There's a world waiting to be explored, one that's steeped in history, overflowing with laughter and smiles, and brimming with natural beauty for miles upon miles. Whether you've lived here for years or are visiting for the first time, Smith Mountain Lake has just what you need for a safe, fun-filled day trip or weekend getaway. See Smith Mountain Lake in a brand new light. Plan your trip today at visitsmithmountainlake.com.
I mentioned the LoveWorks signage that is now a mural that exists on the Visitor Center. This is the 6th LoveWorks signage throughout Franklin County. And in our visitor guide, you will see a 2-page story dedicated to those 6 LoveWorks signs throughout the region, promoting destination travel to our community. We also were very privileged and honored to receive a $20,000 recovery marketing grant. And with those monies, we have produced the following collateral or assets to bring back people to the region, not just to the lake, but to the greater Franklin County community, including a brochure, a travel diary or a blog, a tourism newsletter, direct mail and marketing campaign, as well as a Shop Local and dining campaign. I'll share some of those with you shortly. Here's the Shop Local commercial.
Looking for the perfect gift? From designer brands to vintage decor, jewelry, toys, clothing, and more, Smith Mountain Lake is where safe, smart, and savvy shoppers find unique gifts at great prices. Avoid crowds, stay safe, and shop Smith Mountain Lake.
And our dining commercial.
Hungry for something different? You can enjoy your favorite Smith Mountain Lake restaurants inside, outside, curbside, or right at home. Plus, you're supporting our small businesses by spending locally. Check out the Chamber website for a directory of area restaurants at visitsmithmountainlake.com.
Our travel blog. We launched in September. 6 posts to date, 234 new page views, over 50 Franklin County businesses or experience showcased. Our brochure hits the streets in January of 2021. 30,000 copies will be distributed at all 30-plus welcome centers throughout the Commonwealth and every I-81 and 64 safety rest stop. Partnering with Franklin County, again, opportunity with Parks and Rec, we launched in 5 weeks time frame an Enduro race that brought in 80 riders from 6 neighboring states, including Tennessee, Maryland, Texas, North Carolina, Alabama, and Pennsylvania. Next year, we would love to package that with an extended stay, such as incorporating restaurants, hotels, and neighboring partners. Two more charts for you. Ribbon cuttings. While socially distant, we organized 20 different ribbon cuttings throughout the region for Franklin County businesses to celebrate milestones, grand openings, and other activities. And to close with 2021 opportunities. While we certainly don't have a crystal ball as it relates to our larger events, 3 things we are certain to execute include Smith Mountain Lake's inaugural Leadership Academy. We have 13 participants in an emerging leader program that will train future practitioners and employees to take on leadership roles in our community. 8 of those participants hail from Franklin County businesses. I really look forward to engaging with the supervisors on perhaps a work session or inviting those participants to one of your hearings or in some other forum as appropriate. We are launching a sweepstakes for a Smith Mountain Lake 2-night getaway. And last but not least, 2 other new events that we can control with socially distance and crowd capacity if necessary is an inaugural restaurant week in April and a 5K run walk at the community park. Thanks for the opportunity to update you on our initiatives. I appreciate the opportunity to share our challenges. I look forward to continuing to represent the community at large, and I sincerely appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Mr.
Chris.
Finley. We appreciate your.
I don't know why I don't let you do it.
Sorry. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Start your engines.
Good
Yes, sir.
afternoon.
Lady. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the board, County Administrator, and Assistant County Administrators. It's so good to be here today, and I appreciate the opportunity. I know we're tight on time, so I will keep it moving. Tourism has often been referred to as the first state of economic development, but it's also a dance requiring choreography among multiple partners. And it was a great idea for Mr. Burnett and Mr. Whitlow to come up with the idea of having the 3 of us speak today. So hopefully you're getting a very layered look of how we all work together. So it's very, very important that we do work like this. And I also want to point out that we have a number of other key partners to be aware of. Of course, the Virginia Tourism Corporation does so much for us on a broader scale. The Blue Ridge Institute and Museum of Farron College, the Crooked Road, Virginia's Heritage Music Trail, the town of Rocky Mount, the Blue Ridge Parkway Association, and of course the town of Boones Mill. And since 1988, Franklin County has gone from about I think it was like 18 million a year to up over 120 million a year. This is a 31-year window of how tourism has continually increased each and every year. So I think tourism, we can say that tourism is here to stay, without doubt. And recently, I was very pleased this happened. Back in July, the board approved for us to apply for a grant from the Virginia Department of Historic Resources for National Park Service funding. This was disaster relief funding, and it was very, very competitive, but we were able to get this, and I'm looking forward to what we can do with that. Basically, it will be documenting structures within the county that are 50 years of age or older. But this is also an opportunity for us to be a catalyst to do other great things for the county. And I'm currently putting together a proposal to share with my supervisor for your all's consideration, but we can do some great things. And I would call this initiative Putting Franklin County's History to Work. And it's multifaceted and there's much potential. So hopefully that will work out. And Franklin County was the first locality authorized to host a locality-specific Virginia is for Lovers sub-brand. Virginia is for Lovers is the brand. Virginia is for Lake Lovers, Mountain Lovers, those are all sub-brands. And we recently had one here in the county for Moonshine Lovers. Well, we are now the first locality to have this, and this is the official rollout for you folks. Something happened to our blue sheet. So anyway, here we go. How's that?
Wow.
And I guarantee every other community is going to be jumping on this, but Virginia is for Franklin County Lovers. And our key natural landmark in the county is Cahays Mountain. And it's something, every community has a landmark. In Roanoke, it's Mill Mountain, Floyd, Buffalo Mountain, Bedford County, it's Peaks of Otter. Well, for most of the county, from Westlake all the way to Ferrum, most places of the county, you can see this mountain, and a lot of people don't even know the name of it. So we're trying to, brand that a little bit. And then that's Possum, my rescue pup. He loves the views up there. And that view is taken at Summit View. You can see, hence the name. And of course, we are also well known as the land between two lakes and our four rivers. And Moonshine Heritage is COVID-19 proof. Hope you can caught that. Anyway, we this past year, well, actually this year in April, Moonshine Heritage Month, the governor put his shutdown, I guess we could say, effective April 1st. However, we were able to go on a virtual mode for that. Every day I did something on Facebook during the month of April. So we have to keep that moving along. And then last year, the Blue Ridge Travel Association gave us an award for the 2019 Initiative of the Year. And in that lower photograph, you can see that's the Moonshine Lovers. And we were able to acquire some funding with the Local CARES Act, and focused on a road trip, Franklin County, and seeing is safe is the theme.
Don't you just need to step away from it all and take a break? Time for a Franklin County road trip. Some people choose to unwind like this, while others take a more leisurely approach. No matter how you like to relax, you can do it all in Franklin County. So whether this is your speed, or if you're more like this, Wanderlove is calling. Explore beyond your own backyard, starting at roadtripfranklincounty.com.
And then last year, we applied for funding to work with Blue Ridge Outdoors Magazine for a road team would come here for a week and travel the county and looked around, and we did it last June. And the hope was to roll it out this spring, but you know what happened this spring. So anyway, we're going to try and do it again this coming spring in 2021. But in the meanwhile, I want you to look at this. This is the highlight of the county. Franklin County has so much to offer, not just visitors, but the community as well. It's quality of life, and like that little video just now, there's so much here to work with. So thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, David.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think Delegate Poindexter's with us, and a couple of the other legislators are going to join us, I believe, via Zoom. But for IT purposes, we need to take about 5 minutes so they can get this set up for the Zoom call with the other legislators, if the board so chooses.
Okay, we'll do it. Board members, we have a discussion with our legislators. We have Delegate Poindexter here, who served on this board for
Chairman.
many years, and
I'm having no trouble hearing you, but good to be here. I appreciate the invitation. Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the board, county attorney, administrator, Steve Madlin, doing a good job. Mr. Chairman, I believe we have Senator Suderline and Delegate Byrne online, as well as me here up front. Your show on how you want to continue. I'm prepared to make some opening remarks and then go through your legislative agenda item by item. But I need to open, if that's agreeable with you, we do need to have Senator Suderline and Delegate Byrne to have a minute
Yes,
up
sir.
front as well.
I think
Senator
just
Suderline?
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to participate with you today. These Zoom sessions make it easier to participate, but also much easier for folks to schedule. So this is my fourth Zoom of the afternoon. That otherwise I would be in Rocky Mount, Charlottesville, and 2 in Richmond. But so it's good to talk with you today. The upcoming session will be highly unusual. The Senate, we will be meeting in person, just like we did during the special session at the Science Museum. Let the delegates speak on what's happening in their chamber. But the fact that we will not all be in one Capitol building makes it much harder for communication and for the legislative process. So I am not enthusiastic or optimistic about the upcoming session in that regard. I think it's going to be much more difficult to pursue some of the larger goals that we all have, in any given session. And that's also affected by the bill limits. So that sort of just frames that. That said, one of the larger issues that I would usually not advise someone to take on in a year like this, I'm taking on because it's one we've worked on for a few years, and that's CSA, which is so significant for our families of children that have significant needs that often currently are required to leave the school division, doesn't really offer their own local school, doesn't offer the parents a whole lot of choice, and it comes at a significant expense to county budgets. The reason I'm pursuing the legislation again this year is because for the last 2 years, when I've advocated for this legislation, it got stalled over in the House Appropriations Committee that wanted to see a forthcoming review by the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission. And that finally occurred. It was delayed significantly, but it finally occurred this fall, and we got a very favorable report. And I think that we need to strike quickly when we have the report, despite the other challenges of the upcoming session. I'll be carrying the legislation on this, which should help pretty much every county budget in Virginia and help these families by offering them some more choices and allowing their children to receive services closer to home if that's what they think is what's best for their child. And I'll be carrying that with a Democratic delegate. So that's one bill I see a little bit differently than some of the other issues I'd like to generally pursue. I think that the special session was very contentious. I think that there will be I expect that will happen again. I'll let the delegates again speak to their thoughts on their chamber, but just as someone who I experienced a marked difference trying to present bills over on the House side where it was virtual. I think that made it a little more confrontational for some folks, or they were happy to avoid confrontation altogether by not considering bills as much, which is not good. But one of the issues from that is I think you're going to see another serious push regarding Virginia's qualified immunity policy, which I think could be a disaster if anything like the proposals that came out of the House of Delegates during the special session come out during the regular session. There's a lot to talk about, and I'm sure we're going to get great insights from our two delegates, and I'm very interested in hearing your thoughts. But that's sort of the framework I'm operating this year of how I see things.
Delegate Barn.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be with you today. And I am going to let Charles, who has spent a lot of time preparing some remarks for you to share the meat of what's going on in the General Assembly, if you want to call it that. It is going to be a shorter session. We have a 30-day session, and delegates are limited to 7 bills. Senators are limited to 12. So effectively, that means we're going to have 1,200 bills less than we did a couple years ago. We had, I think, 2,000 that were submitted in 2019. And as I say that, I still believe that we are going to be spending some long hours on the House side in meetings, and will most likely be in meetings all throughout the weekend in order to get through the work in a different type of environment, which has been very challenging, I will say, to do virtual policy discussions that way. It may have helped people in many other ways, but it is certainly a very difficult way to debate policy, or we're not across from one another and being able to hear from the public, most importantly. So that's something that's going to be very different for us, even though we just went through a long session. We're going to know better tomorrow how severe the size of the shortfall caused by the lockdowns is. Hopefully, that shortfall is not going to be addressed with tax increases, because I will oppose tax increases. The economic limitations and restrictions that have been put on our businesses by the lockdowns have been devastating. And to do anything further would just exacerbate that whole thing. And it would just be counterproductive to everything that we're trying to do. I'm going to continue to work on those things, and I still stay involved, even though we have a new leadership in the majority party. So some of us came off of committees that while disappointed, we did a lot of work and brought back over $100 and some million to the district from the Tobacco Commission. They made new appointments to that, so that was very disappointing. But we did a lot of good work over the last 20 years, and brought a lot of broadband, and we have a tremendous amount of work yet to finish up on the broadband. It was certainly highlighted with the pandemic and some of the things that really focused on the shortfalls that we have and what we need to do to make sure that we can expand broadband. I still believe the VATI program, which has been looked at nationwide, is the best and most efficient way to try to get to the unserved area and make sure that we're using tax dollars as efficiently as we can with a program that believes in public-private partnerships to ensure that the taxpayers are not put at risk. One of the bills that I'm going to be carrying that has to do with the lake is being drafted right now. Was brought to me by some friends of mine at the lake, and also we've been talking about it for over a year now. And last year, with things being uncertain, with changes going on, it wasn't entered, but this year going to work on a draft that has to do with the 50-foot buffer wake zone for the shoreline and creating, it's the small buffer we have now has been creating a safety hazard for people. I found out that it was in a bill several years ago, but it was also incorporated with water skiing, other activities, and also with life jackets. And I think that just dealing with that problem alone in a short session, one that, could end up, if anything is contentious, it could just get put on the back burner just because the nature of the kind of session we're in. So I'm trying to make it very simple and just deal with that one issue, and then we can always go back and address other things at a later time. But that is pretty much it. I continue to work on economic development, and a lot of things that I saw on your agenda we certainly agree on, and we will continue to make sure if we have strong business community that the families benefit the best from that, and we need to do everything to ensure that we keep policies in place that will allow businesses to grow. I'm going to turn it back over to Charles and let him get into some of the details that have to do with budgetary issues and other things we'll be dealing with. Thank you for bringing us in to this meeting so that we can hear what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Delegate Byer and Senator Sutherland. Mr. Chairman, to add some about session from my perspective, the Capitol's closed, Pocahontas Building, which is our office, is closed. We will not have secretaries. There will be 2 or 3 that I understand are supposed to answer telephones and send us messages by email and that type thing. So our legislative assistants, and I'm sure Chris and Sandy and so forth know quite well, and many of you too, are going to be key in contacting us, either with text, phone call directly to us. Subcommittees, I think, and committees are really going to be an issue from public participation perspective, since you can't get in the building and they're not held really, they only held virtually. We had trouble with that during special session during this summer. There are always technical issues. So the access is going to be limited. As my peers say, 30 days, very hectic. I'd like to mention a few things that I think I should go back to January a little bit on, but during the summer, things that may not have come to your attention. So the sheriff's reports in the anti-police bills are going to result in a lot of administrative and recruitment headaches and overhead. So I'll be looking for that in your future budgeting. Jury sentencing has been done away with, and the sentencing will be done by the judges now. So I think it's pretty unanimously, universally agreed that we were going to have a lot more jury trials. It's going to take more space, more judges, more staff, more time, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe it's a good thing to do. I personally didn't go along with it, but it did pass, and the governor signed it. Local option for unions for the public sector, effective 1 July. Your 2 school teachers and your county government organizations or groups could come to you for organization as a public sector union if they so choose. It is not mandatory now. It does not include the sheriffs at this point. I'll be surprised if it doesn't come back. But even if it doesn't include the sheriffs, adding the sheriffs in 2021, 2022, you're looking at cost if you go down that road, administrative, lawyers, procedures, compensation, policies, and so forth. There were new regulations put on all the businesses around the Commonwealth due to the COVID, and I anticipate an effort in 2021 that those regulations will be expanded to government facilities. I want to mention something called RGGI, R-G-G-I, an interstate compact on electricity. Virginia is now, as a result of January and February, a member of RGGI. Here are the rates up in the northeast states. Connecticut 2130, New Hampshire 1990, Rhode Island 1953, and so on down, Maine 1620. Our electric rates are 12 cents a kilowatt hour if you use 1,000 kilowatt hours. So it's clear that...
Mr. Poindexter, I'm having a really hard time hearing and understanding you.
Okay,
Do you mind
I'm sorry.
speaking into the mic a little better?
Okay.
Thank you.
Problem is most of these mics are just too short. Thank you, Supervisor. What we're looking at, the SCC is saying $4 to $12 a month on your rates, and that'll probably be every year or two that they go up. So that's going to apply to government operations, business, and homes as well. The dollars are going to things like sea level rise in Hampton roads and energy efficiency, and supposedly for economic development in the coal fields, but that's not in the bill, that's just talked about. The VCA, the Virginia Clean Energy Act, is going to have basically intent is to phase out solar fuel and fossil fuel and the generation of electricity. And the implications are huge and enormous, far beyond the time this afternoon. Some of the things I see in 2021, legal marijuana, that's on your agenda. Expunging automatically criminal records and making it illegal for you to even ask anyone that's applying for a job if they have a criminal record. House Bill 5303, which dealt with monuments this summer, would have allowed the destruction by a local government, the alteration of a monument, no referendum, no public hearing, and that the local government couldn't be sued for anything they did. Fortunately, that bill died in the Senate. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes back coming up in session. I have to mention TCI, the Transportation Climate Initiative, which I've worked on extensively the last 3 or 4 years. This is another interstate compact between 11 northeast states, and Virginia is lined up for the governor to join it. We don't have the final MOU yet, but here's the idea. 25% less gasoline and diesel fuel can be sold in Virginia between 2021 and 2031. In other words, rationing. The tax on it will be about 28 cents a gallon. Our tax already goes from 34.4 to 62.14 to 34.4 cents 1 July. The 28 cents from TCI will take it to 62.14. The money from this does not go back to the transportation fund. Does not go back to the transportation fund. It goes to subsidies for EVs, bicycle pass, mass transit, energy efficiency, that kind of thing. We are estimating $810 million coming out of Virginia pockets to make this. And that will go up each year. Each year there's less and less gasoline. That's going to have a huge disproportionate impact on rural Virginia if that is truly implemented, and I have no intent that they're not going to put it in the floor. It's going to impact everything we do. Okay, I know that's a transportation consideration. Animal bills will come back. Tipping fees, you contacted us about this year. We managed to sort of shuffle those aside. It's likely they'll come back. Virginia State Police staffing, I think I can say for the other delegates and senators that we're fighting to hold what we have. We had some good raises and compensation and benefit things in for them. A couple of years ago, when I chaired Comp and Retirement, I was even Legislative Award of the Year by the Virginia State Police, but those days are over. There are many people in the General Assembly that simply don't want more police, or the same, but less. The gun ban bill might come back, and we may have an attempt to totally repeal the right to work law. It came up last year, it went away, but I don't know. I'll be concentrating on one in particular. I'll bring your attention to. It's an acreage bill, I call it. There's no way to determine how much acreage has been or is going to be succumbed and taken up by wind and solar in Virginia to meet the mandates of the VCA bill. They estimate it would take all of Fairfax County plus 25% more acres just for the sun. So I'm trying to find a way to get the data from the local governments, from the SCC, which doesn't have it, which DEQ doesn't have it, and I've pre-filed that bill. So that's some long opening remarks, I guess, but I'm ready to proceed through your agenda, which I believe you have a copy of.
Yes, sir.
Questions at this point?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Smith, if you'd...
Yes. Do you all have any questions for Delegate Poindexter, Senator Suderline, or?
We have time when you're done?
Yeah, you'll have time when we're all done with the presentation.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
Okay. I just wanted to this point.
Okay. I'd like to begin the discussion by thanking you, Delegate Poindexter and Delegate Byron and Senator Suderline, for joining us today. One of the things that we are very proud of is the local access we have to you as our legislators and the commitment that you demonstrate day in and day out to protect our interests cannot be underestimated. So we thank you very much for joining us today.
We're honored to so serve.
Okay, you have a copy of the adopted now 2021 legislative agenda for Franklin County. I am going to just touch on this categorically for the benefit of the public and to read some of this into the record. So the first category is broadband. The board strongly encourages continued funding for the funding through VATI. I heard Kathy speak of that, and to make sure that there's adequate funding structures in place for telecommunications throughout the Commonwealth, and especially in the rural areas that are so much more challenged. In public safety, this was a big one. It's been a hot topic item in this board, as well in this county, as well as across the Commonwealth. But we strongly oppose any attempt whatsoever to defund our law enforcement agencies. And secondly, we strongly oppose any legislative effort, repeal or to revise the judicial doctrine of qualified immunity for our law enforcement officials. And we today adopted a resolution to that extent. So those two things we feel strongly about, and we will work vigilantly to protect our sheriff's department in that regard.
Rest assured that your delegation feels the same way. Qualified immunity is, it would probably be the very nation of the Sheriff's Department, no doubt about it.
Thank you, Charles.
Okay.
The next category, water safety, Delegate Byron touched on this. I won't belabor the point, but we are, Kathy's been graciously willing to carry a bill to increase that offset from 50 feet to 200 feet because of the accidents, fatalities, and damage to property and shoreline that we're incurring on the lake. The next category is economic development. And this we address on the local and regional levels. We certainly advocate for maintaining and expanding state funding for economic development initiatives, as well as, in like hand, streamlining the processes for us. And we also continue to heavily support funding for the planning district commissions and the local cooperative extension offices. All of these things are just, three legs to the stool of economic development success for localities.
Mm-hmm.
The next item is planning and development. With regard to land use, this board strongly encourages maintaining our local authority and expanding our local authority to plan and regulate land use. And we strongly likewise oppose legislation that weakens our local responsibilities and ability to deal with these.
Mr. Chairman, comment, if I could, at this point.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Smith. I need to go into this some. The buzzwords now are affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. I'm anticipating mandates along those lines on a development by development basis, as well as by political jurisdiction. So we have some strong forces coming at the way we've done land use in the last 30 or 40 years in Virginia. We have building codes being proposed right now for sprinklers in all multi-unit housing. We defeated one last year, or year before, that would have required sprinklers in every single-family residence, including existing homes, when we don't have the water for that, and y'all know that. The efficiency is going to be an issue. There'll probably be attempts to levy efficiency standards on anything you development that you're looking at for development. There'll be a big push for electrification, and that's a buzzword. That means converting all the appliances and energy use in a home, a business, or a government facility to the use of electricity and getting away from any natural gas or anything other than electricity. How far that will go in '21, I don't think it'll go all the way, but you can look for some mandates along that line.
Thank you, Charles. That's an excellent update for us, and we appreciate your advocacy. Further, in the planning and development arena, we want to support any additional grants to localities and any type of tools that we would have to increase the needs for public services that's driven by new development without having to burden the taxpayers for those provisions of services. And we are certainly going through a growth spurt in my district, in the Gills Creek district. I've had many conversations to date with staff regarding increased levels of services and those demands, and it really implies a significant cost to the locality, and we are going to look to the state to acknowledge that and to help offset that.
Mr. Chairman, I have to respond. I'd like to respond.
Oh, please.
Very briefly. What we're running into is that some of the faster growth counties, especially Northern Virginia, like Loudoun County, have really required so much in the way of cash proppers that they're sitting on millions of dollars that they haven't used for the schools or libraries or improve the local roads and things. And so for the discussion now is where is that proper balance between the proper and enforcing the proper and so forth.
Okay. Very, very good stuff, Charles. Thank you. With regard to on-site sewer program, the state's been, quote unquote, getting out of this business for a couple of years, but we're going to continue to support on-site sewage program through VDH. We feel that that's the best route. And we definitely need the Commonwealth to give us some focus and resources to make sure that we have the ability to legislate and fund failing septic systems, which, that's very prevalent in Franklin County. Along the planning and development lines with regard to VDH staffing, what this goes to is when we have developers coming and they're bringing the larger projects, one of the things that we are running into pretty systemically, our projects are being stalled because of a lack of capacity and personnel by VDH. And that is funneling all the way down to here to the local level, and it's causing extreme headaches to our developers. It's costing them money. And it's costing us, much more time and resources to see these processes through. So we would like to see attention given to VDH.
Mr. Chairman, comment? Briefly, certainly, I think we agree, I certainly do. And VDH, not to defend them in a sense, but they have reassigned a lot of staff and hired contractors and so forth and so on to address the COVID thing from a health aspect. But one of the underlying issues that we face here to try to restore funding and increase the funding there is that we do face many people in General Assembly that simply don't want any more development.
Say that
I just
again.
said that, don't want any more development. So, that's the background that we're operating on now. You guys ladies read the news, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point, Charles. With regard to transportation, we need to really emphasize and advocate for adequate funding for existing infrastructure. We certainly have appreciated the ability to work with the Transportation Board with smart scale funding. It's been very advantageous for the county. We are also noticing those declining transportation revenues, especially here on the local level as it relates to maintenance and paving of gravel roads and some of those more simplistic projects that sometimes fall through the cracks because they're not smart scale eligible with the criteria. So we need some help there. Again,
comment?
Yes, please.
Yes. 1 July, the gas tax goes up significantly, and hopefully by then, many more people will be vaccinated. So they hope, okay, in the prayer maybe, is that the funding across the state would rebound and in fact would even go up for that. Now, but I told you about TCI, that over the longer term has a huge possibility of impacting it. I think there's general agreement that Smart Scale needs some tweaking, especially in the secondary roadside, where we need more money here to pave roads and maintain our secondary roads.
Charles, I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's very frustrating that we can't address these things because of lack of funding. And some of the initiatives, well, not initiatives, but some of the mechanisms that VDOT has had historically have dried up. And, you know, that really hits home here in a rural county. So, you know, we just want increased focus with those issues in mind.
Thank you.
With water quality, of course, you know, we're going to continue to advocate across all levels of government for appropriate assistance to deal with improvement of water quality where necessary, and that we strongly oppose any strategies that's going to penalize us in the form of withdrawing potential assistance or imposing monitoring and management on localities. So this needs to be more of a balanced partnership in our attempt to keep our water quality healthy and adequate. The next is invasive species, noxious weeds. These are the bad guys in the water, basically. We would like to see the complete implementation of the Virginia Invasive Species Management Plan. We feel that you know, proactive measures are going to be required, and with the total implementation of this plan, we feel that we're going to be better positioned to do those things.
Okay, comment, Mr. Chairman. I've been after this for many years, is to try to do something about the invasive species, from kudzu to tree of paradise to whatever. And I can tell you, and I was looking up on the board members there, there's some that have some timberland. I think 80% of my ash trees have emerald ash borer. That's a loss of a resource right there. As regards to the zebra mussels, I personally arranged and set up meetings for the new PhD and DGIF to come to the lake and meet with the citizens on it. He's a U.S. level expert, and the scientific opinion that he has levied, and which has held true so far, is that the water in Smith Mountain Lake, the calcium component is either too much or not enough, whichever way it is, that the zebra mussels will live in Smith Mountain Lake. So I've been monitoring that. I think we'll continue to monitor that specific one, but certainly invasive species of plants now are just becoming just new ones all the time, and we appreciate you bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Charles. With regard to stormwater, which is a big issue, we support state funding that's going to allow the localities to fully satisfy the resource and funding needs associated with managing stormwater issues. And we urge a restructuring of the fee system to mitigate development expenditures. With regard to state-mandated positions in jails, within constitutional positions, we are urging you all, the Commonwealth, to meet its funding obligations and to provide flexibility in the use of state funds for Comp Board, which is, you know, our constitutional officers and state-supported local employees. And with respect to the jails, we strongly advocate an increase in the per diem funding because we're having, inflation with regard to housing the inmates. And that needs to continually be on the radar, we believe, to make sure that not a disproportionate amount of that is not falling on the locality. The next item is CSA, Children's Services Act, and we've heard about this a couple times today. But we strongly oppose any proposals that's going to limit state participation in funding of CSA. And these are services to children and youth who are mandated to be provided special education and foster care services. We
Mr.
support.
Chairman, Senator Sutherland might want to comment on that. I know you
Yes,
mentioned it.
please.
Senator Sutherland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for Delegate Poindexter. on the CSA, the legislation that will be introduced by myself and a delegate from the Richmond area, I don't want to call it an omnibus bill because I don't like omnibus bills in general, but what it seeks to do is adopt several of the recommendations from the JLARC report that I previously mentioned. The most important one, which would be to free up the local school divisions to offer services to these children with high needs in a local setting at one of the local schools, if that's something that the parents choose and the school division also thinks that they're able to do that. So we're seeking to relax the current mandate that requires so many of these children with high needs to be sent to other places. So there certainly will be children with families that continue to make that choice because that's the best place for their children. But we've heard from several parents and several different counties and cities as well seeking something like this. The legislation, despite the bill limits that have been mentioned, it's taking a little while to make its way through all the gears at the Department of Legislative Services. Even bills that are identical to ones that passed the Senate last year but do not make the House. We do not have those back yet, but as soon as we have this, we will send it your way so you all can take a look and share your thoughts on it. But we think it's something that should be pretty encouraging for counties across the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Suderland. This is Lori. I do appreciate that. The kinds, as you probably know, the increases that we're incurring here in Franklin County are unsustainable. 40 and 50% increases over 3 or 4 years. It's unsustainable. And so when we see things like that, we have to look at the structure of the plan and how we can better satisfy the financial aspects while providing the services and the balance therein that needs to occur, which is a difficult hill to climb. But Senator Suderline, I certainly appreciate your advocacy and the introduction of your bill.
Thank you.
Okay, further, let's see, I'm going to wrap that up on CSA. Franklin County is going to, I think this probably is out of sync here. I apologize for that. But we would like to oppose any transfer of responsibility, and this is, VDOT controlled construction, maintenance, and operations of roads to localities. And we continue to support the annual review of standards as they relate to erosion and soil sediment control. Then, did you have something, Charles? On the education side, we're aware that the state has held the school systems harmless this year with respect to ADM during COVID. Of course, we don't know what this is going to look like in 2021, but we want to make sure as a locality that the Commonwealth is keeping a close eye on impact to education as it relates to ADM and protecting our school system.
Mr. Chairman, comment. I think my impression now that most everybody's on board with keeping the ADM, even if there's less students.
Okay, thank you. We also want to ensure that the locality continues to have flexibility and ability to reallocate year-end funds from the schools when they have a surplus. School safety, this is a big one. We would really like to see dedicated funding from the Commonwealth to improve school security, in addition to what we've been seeing for capital and operational costs. I I think that some of my colleagues are probably going to speak to this after we're done, so I won't belabor the point. But we certainly have a strong need to make sure that our schools are safe, and there's rationale behind that.
Mr. Chairman, comment. Supervisor Smith, I'll say to you that our job right now is trying to protect the school resource officers. There are legislators and people in Virginia that would do away with them altogether, and they did manage to reduce some of their duties that they could even carry out during a special session. But I think it's absolutely essential, and we're going to be strongly supporting keeping our school resource officers and their funding and their duties to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much. With respect to our students, you're going to see 4 items listed here, and I won't go through all of them, but it's all relative to workforce-ready students. There is a strong undercurrent here in Franklin County regarding making sure that we're supporting and funding and working with the school board to the best of our ability to have our students in industry workforce training programs, with certifications and licensure. We feel that we've got students that are really quite gifted and have strong abilities to enter the workforce in the trades, and we want to make sure that the Commonwealth is going to stand with us in helping to support these programs and our ability to do capital projects. The next item is environment and agriculture. I'm going to kind of read this one a little because I think it's important that we support the agricultural industry by allowing farmers and producers sufficient flexibility when protecting livestock against predatory animals. Encouragement of the USDA Wildlife Service Division, Virginia Department of Ag Consumer Services, to allow producers access to the predator control tools required for the continuation of effective livestock production. We support USDA's Livestock Indemnity Program and financial relief it provides to the producers who have lost livestock. So continued focus on our farmers, whether it is, with respect to predatory animals or relief in general. Our dairy farmers are suffering as well. So there are, ag issues that we probably need to delve deeper into, and I know this board plans on doing that in the months ahead.
Mr. Chairman, brief comment. For years, I've sat on the Ag Subcommittee that hears the animal bills and the predatory animal bills, and I've had some success in keeping some of that money and some of those tools alive. It was most difficult this last year. There was a very bad dog bill that got out, in my opinion, but we are facing national groups that are trying to push reintroduction of wolves that actually oppose cattle and bring a myriad of dog and cat and companion animal bills from national lobbies, not necessarily from Virginia. So I will certainly continue to fight the best I can to maintain those programs.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, moving on to the last page with regard to general government. We support a bill to give localities the ability to impose additional local sales and use tax at a rate not to exceed 1%, as would be determined by the governing body if initiated by resolution and approved by referendum. I know the House has passed this in some of these other counties. And revenue from that, tax, if and when it would be imposed, would be solely for capital projects.
Yes,
New
comment,
construction.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Smith. Yes, last year, actually, I think the first bill went through year before last to give counties that ability. And last year, there were 2 or 3 more counties that wanted to be added to it. Patrick County, whom I represent, contacted me during session. I was able to get an amendment on the bill to add Patrick to it. So if I understand you correctly, you're asking for one of us to get Patrick County into the list of counties that have that additional sales and use tax capability.
Yeah, yes, we would like Franklin County.
We'll see what we can do on that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We do,
And
we do
thank-
have some bill limits, but you still have ability to amend bills, and I anticipate there'll be several counties that will probably ask to be added to that list.
Okay.
So hopefully it wouldn't be too difficult to include Franklin.
Well, it's another tool in the toolbox,
understand.
you know, for future reference.
Thank you.
With regard to our local authority, we do support relaxation of the Dillon Rule and legislation maintaining and enhancing our local authority and autonomy in the matters of land use, revenue measures, and procurement, and other issues of local concern. So we would strongly oppose legislation that erodes our local authority. Collective bargaining, we oppose efforts to mandate collective bargaining for public employees. There's one on advertising, unfunded mandates. This is a big one. Charles, Kathy, and David, I'm sure you're aware, but we strongly oppose unfunded mandates and shifting fiscal responsibility for existing programs by the Commonwealth from the state to the localities. When, as you know, when funding for a mandated program is altered, it falls back on the local level. It's an increased burden and sometimes a tax burden directly onto the citizens, and we find that continually very difficult to swallow. So we would oppose any changes to state mandated funding formulas that are going to decrease state funding and then bounce back and require increased local funding. We really want to move away from that. There's nothing worse on the local level than to be told to do something and then, by the way, come up with the funding and figure it out. The last thing that we have on here is recreational use of marijuana. And this board, on behalf of the county, opposes the legalization of recreational use of marijuana. I personally sat in a legislative Zoom call with Delegate Poindexter Byron and I think Senator Suderline. I'm not sure if you were on the call or your representative, but at some future time, there's a lot of good information that was derived from that call, I felt, Charles.
Yes, ma'am.
And the numbers are staggering with respect to the reasons why this is not a good idea, and it has to do with everything from that the state's doesn't have the prepared infrastructure to legalize marijuana, as well as the unintended consequences having to do with law enforcement and just increased insurance rates, and it goes on and on and on. But we want to see that not happen. And I do want the board to know that out of this conference came the statement that, the media wants us to believe that 50% of the states in the United States have legalized marijuana. And the reality is it's 15 to 16 states. So there's a lot of misinformation in the channel. The other statistic that stood out is that the pediatric exposure ages 0 to 8 has increased by 230%. So there are some staggering numbers we could share. Charles, you're aware of this as well. But that concludes, Charles, as a very quick and dirty overview. And you and Senator Suderline and Delegate Byron have articulated some other issues that are not on our agenda that are important to the county.
We need a further conversation.
Yeah, it's been a great conversation. And I think I really do want to commend this board for working on this agenda. And a lot of time has been spent so that we feel we're representing our constituency to promote the health and welfare of the county to the best of our ability. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. And Delegate Poindexter, Senator Sutherland, and Kathy Byron, we certainly appreciate y'all's input. And I guess you might say we're looking forward to a little more support from the state in a lot of these issues that we've brought forward. And but we appreciate each of you and for the time that you're serving and the efforts you have to make. It certainly reflects, and we thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a chance to ask them any questions, or are you getting ready
Yes,
to close?
sir. If you want to ask a question, it's fine.
First of all, thank y'all for your service. Really appreciate what you do. The number one concern that I have is our law enforcement. While we have the three of you here today, we have our sheriff, a couple of our deputies here. I'd like to hear what statements you plan to make beginning of the year when you guys go back to work in regards to defunding of our police and what you plan to do to stop that.
Well, I can speak certainly myself, and I invite my two peers that are on to speak as well. If you ask me what statements I make, I've made them all through the summer and in debates and what few subcommittees and committee meetings we had, and in my public Facebook postings and everywhere else. I am strongly in support of the police. I have no intent whatsoever to defund the police or reduce their funding. In fact, there was a very nice compensation package in the budget put in the year before that was pulled out this spring due to the COVID and the governor's restructuring. So if there's any insinuation that I don't support the police, that's just that's misinformation.
That's not what
I've been chair of Compensation, Retirement, and Appropriations Committee until I was removed from the committee this year. And I was awarded the Virginia State Police Award for Legislator of the Year. And those things I did for the state police were also done for the sheriffs, the police departments, and the entire Department of Correction.
Do you see the defunding of the police happening?
What I see is that the majority of the House of Delegates, and indeed the Senate, this summer passed a whole slew of anti-police bills over our objections. The normal vote was 55 to 45 in the House. So, you can push a button no, but if you don't have enough no's, you lose a vote. And that's where we are in this state right now.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
As the others said, I just want to thank you, Mr. Poindexter, and Senator Suderline and Delegate Byron for your time that you've taken to be with us today. But my question deals with qualified immunity for our police officers. As a police officer myself, if we were to go back 30 years, or 30 plus years when I first got into law enforcement, if I had to face what our law enforcement officers are facing now, I can sit here and easily tell you I'd go into another profession. And I have a son of my own who's in his mid-20s, and I talked him out of going into law enforcement. And I know our sheriff has challenges of trying to find qualified people to fill vacancy positions to serve the citizens of Franklin County. I know the state police are having the same issues, and the state police, to meet some of their needs, several years ago came up with their abbreviated academy, where they take certified police officers, and 8 or 10 weeks of their academy they're able to come out as troopers, which is great for our state police, but it really hurts our local law enforcement efforts to keep good qualified people, because one, we can't compete locally with what our state police are paid. But I just want to reiterate, this board's support for our law enforcement, and just let you and our representatives know we're behind you 100% for whatever that may be. Stand up for our men and women behind the badge, and we need to keep our qualified immunity for our officers, because if we open that Pandora's box, I can foresee the floodgates opening up, and you might not have to worry about defunding the police. You might have a hard time finding anyone to do the job. And I mean, my hat goes off to our men and women that serve in law enforcement. I still serve and consider it a privilege to wear a badge. But we just need, they stand up and protect us every day, and we need to make sure that we're standing and we have their back as well.
Supervisor Tatum, Mr. Chairman, let me say this. We have your back. You have our back. We're in this together, okay? I have no hesitation in saying that for the other two legislators online. We all represent multi-counties. What you're saying to me and the problems and your requests for help are coming from all three counties I represent, and the three I think Delegate Byron represents, and 5 or 6 in the cities with Senator Suderline, I encourage you to pass the resolution, which is before you, I think, shortly on qualified immunity. I think it would harm not just recruitment, but the performance and the safety of the public and a police officer. I'm totally against it. Morale is just stupid.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes,
Can anybody hear me?
yes.
This is Delegate Byron. I'm just going to just reiterate what Charles said. And you talked about 30 years ago in the police department. My husband started out in our early marriage years 40 years ago, and it was quite different then. But still, never know when you leave your home whether or not you're going to return at the end of that shift. And we have I would have to say that we have a great relationship with our law enforcement. And we were sick, we were angry, we were frustrated. This session was really, really mentally fatiguing, I will have to say, with all of the actions that were taking place this past session and then continued on in our special session is very concerning. And I hope that some of its rhetoric and the rhetoric goes away, because we heard some of the same things that you are expressing to us about law enforcement. And it's not something that it is for the money, it's a calling. And people that serve in that capacity are there because they want to protect the public, and they're leaving their homes every day to do that, and leaving children, wives, mothers, fathers behind, and never know what they're going to deal with. And every time we had a bill in front of us that expressed a desire that leaned towards the criminal and the rioters, rather than trying to keep the public safe, we stood up and, fussed and screamed as much as we could. On the House side, they didn't allow too much of that. They had maneuvers that kept us from speaking and tried to stifle us. But we will continue to do that and stand behind our law enforcement and everything that they do, and make sure that your voices are heard too. And I just want you to be aware of that. We really value what the law enforcement community means to all of us. So thank you for asking that question.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to speak to that as well. I think that the assessment about qualified immunity and defunding the police is dangerous rhetoric. Most of the people saying that are there's a member of the House of Delegates who actually put in a budget amendment to do that exact thing. And it's very dangerous. The qualified immunity, though I don't think the public realizes how dangerous it is. I know that our boards of supervisors do. I hope you will consider passing a strong statement on that. The way it went through the House of Delegates was pretty egregious. It was defeated in the committee after consideration. Democratic members joined with a few Democratic members joined with every Republican member, only for it to be reconsidered at another meeting where it wasn't on the agenda, and the folks that are so passionately and rightfully concerned about it were not there to speak against it. They then passed it through there. It then was defeated on the floor of the House and then revived again. So when it came over to the Senate side, it came to the Senate Judiciary Committee, and after all those shenanigans, the Republican leader, we had the bill defeated. We were able to get some Democrats to join with us, but then our Republican leader immediately called for its reconsideration less than a minute later so that it could be defeated for good and there couldn't be any more shenanigans that day. But I fear that you are going to see it come back with a significant effort this January. I don't want to get into the full politics of everything, but the reality is a lot of things are informed. A lot of legislative actions are informed by politics, and you're going to see a very intense Democratic primary for governor, and I fear where that's going on issues like this. So I hope the board will consider taking a very strong statement. I know you feel strong about it, but it's important that statement gets out there, because not that many folks understand that. In the same way they understand defund the police, they don't understand, just like Delegate Poindexter indicated, there might not be any police to defund if the qualified immunity policy is changed in the way that they're discussing. We're already having challenges hiring law enforcement across so many of the jurisdictions I serve, and this would just be devastating.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask to make sure that our signed resolutions that we've adopted are put in the hands of Charles, Kathy, and David, and our other legislators that aren't present on the call, so that you're armed with at least that documentation.
Yes, we would like to have the official, a copy of it, and please send one to Senator Stanley, so he has part of Franklin County.
Of course.
Okay, thank you, very informative, and we certainly appreciate your positions. They may not always be successful, but we know y'all are, so we thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you, and on behalf of my two colleagues here today, we're delighted to be with you. We appreciate you and your positions, and it's hard. Local politics is hard. I've been here. In fact, I'm not too sure it's not the hardest job in the world in politics. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank
Thanks,
you all.
David.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas.
To you, to all of you.
Chairman, can you take a 5-minute break?
We'll take a short break, and And Mike Carter's report will come in a Friday packet for the financials. And Mr. Burnett, are you ready?
What's wrong?
You said a mic card.
Bring it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. As you know, the board approved us going out to bid for the entrance signs at the Summit View Business Park. We did receive those bids. They came in Thursday of last week after your board packets had gone out, so we provided you with some supplemental information. We received 4 bids. The low bidder was Right Light Signs of Concord, North Carolina, with a bid of $48,753. That was within budget, and we do have funds available should the board choose to move forward with that project as part of our capital projects account. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the board might have.
You got a picture of that?
I do, yes, sir.
When do you think that'll take place, Mike?
They have 150 days from the day of award, which would be today, or tomorrow, I guess, for substantial completion, 180 days for final completion.
Do you have a size? I mean, what's the size gonna be?
Yes, sir.
That looks nice.
So the sign itself, there's 2 different signs. They have the same look, but one on the northern side near the farmhouse will actually be placed up on top of a hill. So it's outside the VDOT right-of-way, so it has more of a robust size or structure to it. The one that's going to be at the south access will actually be in the median of the new road that we've just built. The signs are about 8 foot wide by approximately 9 foot, 11 foot tall.
Do these light up?
They do. They're internally lit.
You say the funds are available to buy them?
Yes, sir, they are.
And what was the price again?
48,000. And actually, I gave my paper.
753.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you've got my paper.
Is that for the sign and what it's, did I see like a rock structure it's mounted to? That includes that too?
It does.
Okay, I was gonna say.
It's a monument sign.
Yeah, it's a monument sign. It's really nice because the one that'll be at the northern entrance actually does have full rock in it.
Okay.
The one at the southern entrance, because it's in the median, has to be breakaway. So it's more of a facade kind of rock, a veneer.
Mr. Chairman, you ready for the question?
If Mr. Burnett is,
You said the money's already appropriated?
Yes, it is.
Already have the money? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
okay, could have a motion, and I think we have a motion already made out. If someone wants to fill it in.
I'll make a motion that we move forward as presented.
One second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Was the other bids pretty close, or were they?
They were, actually, there was 4 bids. One was relatively close at 53,000. We had one at 65,000 and one at 75,000.
We didn't have nobody in the county.
Price Buildings was one that did do the bid, but they were at 75,000. They were the high
Really?
price, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, you call the board, please.
Yes. Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson? Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Taylor?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you
Motion
all.
carries. Thank
Mike, you got a Cracker Barrel in Hampton Inn coming?
Got a Hampton barrel coming in.
Hampton Barrel?
Barrel.
What's a Hampton Barrel?
If it serves food, we'll take it.
Do they serve breakfast all day?
They do.
Okay, and we'll move on to the sheriff if he's ready.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to see you all. Merry Christmas to each of you. I'm here today regarding an executive order that you received in your packet from the Office of the Sheriff as related to a amended part of the budget that the special session concluded back in late September, and the governor did sign, which included a Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Which included a $500 bonus for compensation board personnel, which amounted to Franklin County getting approximately $34,000. It's my understanding that those funds have already been transferred over to our treasurer and have been made available for disbursement as of December the 1st. The initial executive order that we proposed to you was to consider funds for the remaining members of the Office of the Sheriff that were not included from our comp board total, which is about 77 members. That figure was going to be approximately $27,000. After further thinking about that, I had my staff go back and re-look at possible vacancy savings. I hate to think that we have vacancy savings, but we do. We're understaffed now, about 8 positions. But they did come back to me, and after reviewing it, I do believe that we can absorb that additional $27,000 through our vacancy savings and are willing to do versus the executive summary had indicated we were going to look toward the board, which has been customary. We've done that before when the state would mandate or give certain pay raises, but would only include those comp board members. And as we know, you all have graciously over the years supplemented us above and beyond what the comp board provides. But having said that, we would have to just bring forth to you today that we look like we can cover that $27,000 through our vacancy savings. And I would say in regard to that, it is concerning that we would have that amount of money, but it is due to the departures that we've experienced. I'm thankful for the dialogue that was here today, and thank you all for the continued effort from our General Assembly members, and we're very thankful for their support, but I think we all realize today they have a very challenging, daunting task ahead of them in regards to some of the movement and some of the bills and that we do believe will be back up in January. It was very challenging from a law enforcement perspective, but I am thankful and grateful that we have a Board of Supervisors that is standing firm in support of the members of law enforcement and first responders, and that is sincerely appreciated. That comes from all of our members back to you all for your efforts in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Sheriff, let me ask you a couple questions. You say you're 8 people down.
Yes, sir.
Are you getting any applicants?
Great question, Mr. Thompson. Very few. The applicant pool is very limited, and we've ran testing the last 2 weeks, and we were not productive of getting a good selection pool from that. As you well know, we want to give every opportunity, especially those men and women who live right here in Franklin County, to join our fine organization. But certainly when we are vetting and looking through the process, we worked hard through accreditation not to cut corners, and there's certain criteria that has to be met, certainly because of liability to the office and certainly to the county. but we were not pleased with some of the results that we saw. There's just not that large of a pool to pull from, and unfortunately, every locality around us right now is dealing with the very same thing.
You know, what Tim said a while ago, I mean, I echo what he said. Have you lost anybody to the state police?
Yes, sir, we have. And my understanding, and I talked to Colonel Settles about this, and I'm not begrudging them. They need personnel like everybody else does. You heard Captain Denny speak before you. They were successful enough. It took a while for this lateral academy, condensed academy, to really resonate with people. But it really resonated recently because they had so many openings right here in Franklin and Roanoke and around the area. So it was a good thing for a lot of folks to join the state police, certainly better pay, and they could work right here in Franklin County or a close proximity and still live here and not have to move. So we did lose some folks from that, and he indicated that they're going to try to run 2 of those schools next year. Now, it may not be, the openings may be different. They may be in Northern Virginia and Tidewater, and somebody might not be as interested as they were this particular pool. But Roanoke and Franklin and the surrounding sheriff's office, we really took a beating from this past school.
All right, well, this is probably going to have to come up the first part of the year, but let me ask you a question. You may not know the answer to this, and if you don't, maybe you can look it up and get it back to us. What is your starting pay with an experienced officer, and what is the state police starting pay with an experienced officer?
Ours is, and you all were gracious enough to visit this a couple years back. The starting pay is up to $38,000 now for a certified officer. $36,000, and then once they finish the academy and get their certification, it goes to $38,000. The example of the officers I lost going to the state police, one of them, I'll just give an example, with 9 years service with me, was making just under $41,000. He's going to the state with at $48,000.
And he'll be working Roanoke County.
He's working Roanoke County, yes, and still living here in Franklin County. And I guess, and I'm grateful for him. For him to expand himself. Good for him. He was a good deputy, and he loves Franklin County. But the disheartening part comes when the other members see that, it's a gut check.
And what's it cost now? I know you already got a car and the equipment belt and all that, but the clothes, what's it cost to clothe him?
I think the last time we checked, from getting someone at that $36,000 and get them through the academy and then get him set up, you're roughly at a $20,000 investment just getting somebody certified.
All right, now, are you still making a new guy sign a contract, 3-year?
We do, yes, sir.
Is it 3-year?
3-year contract, yes, sir.
And it's prorated?
Yes, sir. Each year that they work, yes, sir.
You don't have a choice in that?
Not anymore.
Not a bit.
Yeah.
All right, well, yeah, that's some good information.
Oh, thank you. And again, thank you all very much. Again, Merry Christmas, and challenging times we're in, but thankfully we'll all just continue to push forward and we'll get there.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
What, the sheriff's offices around us, what is starting salary? Are we competitive?
We are with the sheriff's offices around us. The competitiveness really starts to come in, and unfortunately, I've had a couple of folks make the inquiry. The New River Valley, Blacksburg, Radford, Christiansburg, I think because they're competing with Virginia Tech, their starting pay is up in the 42, 44 range. But I know there was an article in the paper recently, Roanoke County, I just use them as an example, they're 20% down. I think they've lost 26 officers this year. And of course, they're looking at what do we do to entice and retain and retention. But again, they're struggling. Henry County, new jail facility. I have no idea how Lane Perry is going to hire 70 people to man that new facility they've got coming up.
He don't know either. I just talked to him the other day. That's a struggle that they're really having.
What is Roanoke City starting pay?
Roanoke City starting pay, I want to say, is around 39.6, 39.7. Roanoke
Not that
County
much.
is right under 40 as well.
So, but that's out of the academy guy.
Correct, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
No, go ahead, no, go ahead, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the request that the sheriff has made, to allow them to use the money allocated by the state to give the $500 bonuses to the sheriff's department personnel, and also use the vacancy savings that you have to take care of the ones that are not covered. And hopefully that'll help them through the holiday, and just relay to them how much we appreciate their service. We would love to be able to take care of all of our employees again. You know, we just gave a bonus, but my thinking is if we can't help them all, let's help who we can. And maybe down the road, we'll be able to come back and do some more. But for now, I'd like to make that motion.
I'll second
I'll
that
se-
motion. Go ahead.
I'd like to, on your second, if you don't mind, or your first, either one, is that the checks go ahead and get cut, so that they'll have them.
Thank you.
That the checks get fuel. Can you put that in your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to add to my motion that we get those checks out as soon as possible.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Well, I just want to say, a lot of things people are not looking at is that the public, with all this defunding police and stuff, not many people want to be encouraged to become a police officer for that simple reason. And I think we need to somehow get ahead of that stigma on what we can do, but until, you know, we get past beyond that stigma, like I said, I've talked to several people said they'd like to go into police enforcement, but, you know, well, I mean, it's hard to say when you arrest somebody, then turn around and somebody's already given bail money to the person. You know, I think that's one stigma we need to come over to get more people in.
I
Go
got,
back to yours.
I got one more question, Mr. Chairman. Are you done? I don't want to interrupt Tommy. Getting raises, is that going to solve the problem? I don't think it will. I think we got to do more.
What do you say?
As far as like encouraging good applicants to come to Franklin County.
Yeah, I think part of our program, and we want to bring more information to you all, is retention. How do we keep them? And certainly the compression issues that we find to be the problem of those that are staying. And then recruiting, how do we recruit in a competitive field that we're in? And then the other aspect is training. What are we doing to make sure that the training continues at a level? Because I think you all would agree with me. We're looking for high-performing, in the fact of not forgetting that we represent a rural community here. We're not a major city, we're a rural community. We live here, our children go to school, our grandchildren, we're connected to this community in that way. But many of the cases that we deal with anymore through technology, they are very complex. And when you go to court and attorneys get involved, so there's got to be a level of aptitude that is that meets the spectrum from here to there. If you're going to a neighbor dispute, a mailbox vandalism, and then you're thrust into a double homicide, that they're capable of doing both and doing them very well, because it matters to people. Everybody, when they call us, they're in somewhat of a crisis, but that they're able to do both. So I think you all would agree, we need to get the very best people we can and be able to retain them to perform at levels that we certainly can keep crime down, and we're productive in what we're doing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask that we go ahead and set up in the near future some work session time with the sheriff and his staff, and just spend some time and let's bring forth, whether do brainstorming, whatever, bring forth some ideas, and let's get it out there. And because we can sit here and talk about it till it starts snowing, which might not be too late, but we need to put some feet with our suggestions. And I think we need to start that. Let's have some work sessions and get some ideas and start seeing what, 'cause our end of it, we have to look at what the cost factor is. So let's get some ideas, let's see what it's gonna cost us and see what we need to do to get moving in the right direction. We do need to make sure that we're competitive with our salary. We need to make sure that we're giving them the best equipment, best training that we can provide, which I think we do a pretty good job of that. And, we've heard all day today from other speakers how great a place Franklin County is to live, and I agree with that 100%. And part of that reason is because of the services that we have from our sheriff's department and our public safety and our public schools. So we need to see what we need to do here to push forward and make your job a little easier to find these qualified people to come in and continue the service. As me and you spoke earlier, what in the world are we doing? We're legalizing pot and defunding our police. Good grief. Sooner or later, we need to wake up and get things on the right track. But I think we need to schedule
That's what I
some
was
work
alluding
session
to
time.
earlier, that we need to go ahead and get something. If y'all want to, you was talking about that a while ago, I hate to belabor the point, but listen, go on the internet, and Paul Harvey, some of you older ones remember that, and do his thing about what a police officer is. I've never heard anything any better than
I agree with
that.
you.
And Mr. Tatum, you know yourself that we've got the best equipment that the cheapest bid will buy. Always has been that way.
Best equipment, low bid.
That'll come to you after a while. You gotta think about that a bit. But that'll come to you in a few minutes.
Always the best low bid can get, but
We've
I
always
will
had
say
the best
this.
equipment that the cheapest bid will buy. Right, boys?
I still say one of our best selling points to be to assure the people who is applying for the job that we're not planning on defunding anything. That we will back you 100%. And I think once that word gets out, then I think you'll see more, because like I said, people have heard so much on news about it. So, but I think we should, get out and push it and say, okay, we're not gonna be defunding you all. We're gonna stand behind you 100%. I think that'd help too.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think
What do
the
y'all-
problem's around here for not standing behind.
What do y'all think we vote on the motion?
Is
We
it
already-
time? Is it time
I
to
call
vote?
for the question.
Already had. I think we already know the vote anyway.
Put you on the board.
Are you all ready for the motion?
Yeah.
If you would read it so we can,
Okay, so the motion was made by Supervisor Tatum to approve the bonuses issued by the Commonwealth of Virginia's Compensation Board of $500 per employee for a total of, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, $33,371.50, and supplement the full and part-time non-compensation board funded positions for the additional amount up to $30,000 from the sheriff's vacancy savings. And be sure the checks are distributed as quickly as possible. And that was seconded by Supervisor Mitchell.
okay.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson?
Yep.
Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the discussion is over, but Sheriff, we appreciate you making the funds available and, they're received as good faith for Christmas.
Thank you, Chairman.
I wouldn't change my 30 years again, and 8 in the military, 38 years policeman. I wouldn't change it for nothing. I can't think of anything else, but I would not do it again for twice the money.
I understand. Thank you all very much.
Merry Christmas,
Whether or not I'll
Bill.
do it today.
Would not do it again for twice the money, would you?
Okay, County Administrator?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. I know in the interest of time in our 6 o'clock public hearings this evening, just a couple of things. I'd like to continue to share some good news today. I know that following up on the county's audit earlier of our financial position, and I'll ask staff here to pass this out. This is a press release that of course, will go out this evening concerning the county's recent refinancing. Of course, I've previously shared the results with the board. Last month, the global bond rating agencies of Fitch, Moody's, Moody's and Standard and Poor's, of course, reaffirmed the county's very strong bond ratings. And of course, that led to a very successful financing of the permanent financing for the Summit View Business Park. Of course, we had a previous interim financing from several years ago. And the excellent news in that is that interest rate, that final fixed rate, was slightly above 2% for 20 years. And of course, that's almost 3/4 of a percentage point lower than really initially planned. And as such, the county will realize over $3 million in savings for the life of that borrowing. Very significant and in that. In addition, of course, to that financing, of course, the county also took advantage of refinancing $29 million with the county debt for previous debt for things like Windy Gap Elementary, the E911 system, landfill borrowings, and so forth. And so in that, that also helps the county realize considerable savings in terms of our debt service going forward. And perhaps the icing on the cake, it frees up more collateral for the county of our existing infrastructure. And so all good news there, and we thought that's a great story to tell and to share with the public, this excellent financial news. But it speaks to the board's good fiscal management. The bond rating agencies, again, Moody's stated that their rating reflects the county's assessment of our general implicit obligation credit strength, and that the county's sizable tax base, as well as the county's health and stable reserves and liquidity supported by conservative management and long-range planning. Furthermore, Standard & Poor's stated that Franklin County has a history of sound financial management supported by a number of formalized financial policies and practices, as well as a growing economic base. And as a result, Standard & Poor's believes that the county will continue to maintain its very strong financial position despite the onset of COVID-19 earlier in the year. So it goes to speak to this board and previous boards' strong management of county finances. Also goes to speak for the favorable financial market that we had when we went to sell those bonds and refinance a couple of weeks ago. So that will, good news to share there. Also, I'd like to share with the board, and I previously noted earlier in October, the county was awarded $4.7 million from the Economic Development Administration to complete the connector road within the Summit View Business Park. This is a very large grant, one of the largest single grants that I can think of really in Virginia for a piece of infrastructure. The icing on the cake is last week, our due diligence work with Dr. Ray Smoot, who is our representative on the Commonwealth Transportation Board. We've worked with Dr. Smoot over the last several years, and VDOT, Ken King, and the Salem District and others, working with them, to really, how do we fund this very large piece of infrastructure at the Summit View? And so utilizing the Smart Scale previous funding that the county was awarded for that connector road, VDOT has awarded the county the balance of that in revenue sharing. Both of our revenue sharing projects were approved. And so between the $4.7 million from Economic Development Administration and the $5.4 million in revenue sharing, that will catapult, if you will, the completion of that connector road and connect both sides of the Summit View Business Park, and certainly set the stage for the county for more economic opportunity going forward. So I appreciate all the due diligence of Mr. Burnett, Mr. Sandy, and their staffs, as well as working with VDOT, and especially a shout out to the Commonwealth Transportation Board and Dr. Smoot this evening. Going forward, looking ahead at a couple of housekeeping items, upcoming events. Of course, the board has its organizational meeting coming up on January the 4th at 4 p.m. That's the first business day of the new year in 2021, and I think we're all ready to get to 2021 and put 2020 behind us. I will say that there's a couple of things while the vaccines are being released to the various states, and of course it's been released to Virginia and the Virginia Department of Health and Emergency Management. They're managing, if you will, the rollout of the vaccine, specifically to frontline healthcare workers. And Mr. Ferguson, of course, is on top of things. We're not sure how quickly what that will mean for us and our personnel, or how quickly they're focusing on the hospitals and the long-term care facilities currently. That being said, we know that we're going in as we know, into the holiday season and dealing with a lot of COVID cases in the county right now. So we still need to be very cautious and prudent in our management of COVID-19 and the pandemic. That being said, there's talk in Congress now for a possible second stimulus. Of course, we had the CARES Act. And as such, and that may come in the coming weeks and days, we know we'll be dealing with the pandemic at least until the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30th. And so we will need to extend our emergency declaration ordinance. It would be my recommendation to do that to at least the end of the fiscal year. And I would need the board to ratify that or make that motion approval this evening, just in case, again, we're eligible for more federal dollars in that, if the board so chooses.
Do you need that in the form of a motion now, Chris?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I would make the motion that we ratify the emergency declaration until June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Okay. Our clerk is out for just a moment.
Looks like you're up there. Do we need a roll call on that, or?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that, I think.
Oh, you can?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
we have
awesome. Step in, I'm the alternate clerk.
We have a
He's got
motion and a second.
A motion by Mr. Carter to extend the emergency declaration to June 30th, 2021. Seconded by Mr. Tatum.
That's fine.
All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith is absent. Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Cundiff?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell?
Yes.
I have 6 ayes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Motion carries, and there's a Zoom meeting in B75, and Ms. Smith is there for that presentation. I think with APCO.
That's right, Mr. Mitchell. I think Ms. Smith was sitting on a Zoom call with Appalachian Power and the Smith Mountain Lake Chamber regarding the recent lake levels of Smith Mountain Lake, and she had committed to that. And so I think she'll rejoin us shortly. Mr. Mitchell, one final thing, and I will ask Mr. Burdette if he doesn't mind passing these out as well. As we go into the new year, and you'll hear more from us at the January 4th meeting, and certainly on the January the 19th meeting of the board, regarding the upcoming fiscal year 21-22 budget. What's being handed out to you is a preliminary budget calendar for next year. We will work in earnest beginning really over the holidays in the next few weeks, next couple of weeks. And then certainly after the first of the year. And so at your January 19th meeting, staff will be looking to hold an afternoon work session to review our mid-year revenues and budget priorities for the current year. And we should have a better idea at that point on how revenues did for December. We will have that data. We'll be working with Susan Ray's office in the next couple of weeks as we get those numbers in. That will help us to see where we are in the current year. As you know, we had to modify that budget, the current year's budget. But we'll also have preliminary data for you for revenue projections for fiscal year 21-22. And we'll be in a position to present the capital improvement plan to you at your January 19th meeting. That being said, all of the other dates before you, these are all preliminary. We can discuss this more at your January 4th meeting or your January 19th meeting, what may work for the board, what may not. We have several work sessions, budget work sessions there listed before you that we can do as many as the board needs and focus on what topics that the board may want to discuss. It was mentioned earlier from the sheriff, maybe some more information specifically on law enforcement, and we know we generally have a session on pay and benefits and that type of thing for county employees. So we'll certainly fit one of those into or designate one of those work sessions as such. This calendar shows that the school board historically will present their budget to the school board, or to the Board of Supervisors rather, as well as the county on March the 16th for the 21-22 budget. And then, of course, there's some time thereafter to have a couple of more work sessions to answer any questions regarding next year's budget, with advertising in mid-April, looking to hold a budget public hearing at the end of April and adoption at the end of April. That's optimistic, knowing that the General Assembly, not knowing rather what the General Assembly may do in the state budget. But this is, again, a preliminary calendar for your purpose and to review, and then we can discuss this, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at your January meeting on what may work or what you may have interest in some of these work sessions and what you would like to see staff prepare before you. That being said, Mr. Chairman, unless there are any other questions, I don't have any other items for my portion of the agenda this evening.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Matters of those supervisors, I would like to thank the rec department, Paul Chapman, the staff, and whoever else was involved with the lights.
Yes, sir.
I have got more telephone calls, appreciation, thanking that the county finally did something for the people. Now, I don't know exactly what that was total being mean, but I mean, it's all been good. Like I said, everybody has approached me and thanked me, and I just want to make sure that all the special thanks goes to the people who was involved, because it really has, you might say, put the county on the map. It really has.
Yeah, I wish y'all could have seen my 4-year-old girl's face. We had to go through it 3 times. So.
It's neat, and took a considerable amount of work to get all the lights, get them hooked up, and get them on. And I don't know whether they have a counter or not, but I sure wish they had some way to know how many cars went through there, because it's been a lot.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple things if we're going to do other matters right now.
Yes.
I expressed this to County Administrator Whitlow. And I maybe just need to ask for an update on Clerk of Court, the part-time position. Are they advertising for that?
Yeah, I think that, I don't know if she's filled the position yet. There's a vacancy, but yeah, I spoke with Teresa, so yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
we're moving forward with that in hopes of maybe trying to get it included in the budget next year. Just a quick update. As you guys know, I'm dealing with some stuff at home. I had to postpone my diversity and inclusion committee, which was supposed to be last week. We're going to meet again on the 28th. And I hope to bring you guys an update in the January meeting, stuff we're talking about, and going to probably add some people to the committee, try to get as much input, some ideas brewing as we possibly can. I did invite Mr. Turnage to our next meeting. I was hoping to catch him while he was home for the holidays. And I understand, is he doing public comment this evening? Okay. But thank y'all, and I wanted to add to what Tommy said, the lights it's pretty cool. My dad had to take her again. So my little girl really enjoyed it. So, and then I haven't seen Don here today, but you're going to talk to Don about, as we move forward with other sites, I think making it as easy as possible for our elderly to dump waste. I know the ones you drive up, they're chest high, they're easy to get into, but for the yard waste containers, if we're going to put some more of those at some other locations, we need to have some steps for our elderly to at least get up where they can actually get it in. And I think that's really important. Or get Don to talk to the staff that's manning the sites and just have them assist the elderly more on getting their trash in the dumpsters. I would greatly appreciate that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else? I have a couple matters, and one of them is dealing with our broadband today. We've had discussion of having a second meeting, and I think that we would be broadband does meet every month, and it would be well if we could work that in a second meeting when we have one or whenever it's necessary, because we found out today that it takes a good bit of time to get all of the broadband information in, and sometimes I think we might need a little more time to digest it. So just a thought, and I don't know exactly how to bring this up, but in looking over our expenses last month, I wish the staff could look at some way that we could advertise our things that we have to advertise online or in a different way from what we're doing today. And what got my attention was we spent $4,700 last month on advertising in 2 papers. And it may not sound like a lot for last month, but you add it up over a year. But I don't know whether that's possible. You know, we have to go with state regulations.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think, currently it is, prescribed in print media for advertising. However, bills have been introduced, previous bills in the General Assembly to allow localities to just advertise, in I guess the year of 2020, technology more online. And so we'll make a note of that and look further into that to see what's possible and certainly pass along that to the legislators. And I was thinking we may have mentioned that in the board's legislative priorities, and if not, I think it's been listed in VACO's list of priorities.
Okay, if not, would y'all like to eat your dinner, or would you want to go into closed session? Can we do both?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, if I may, I think for social distancing and so forth, we can and have the opportunity to have dinner here in the boardroom and have closed session here in the boardroom. Of course, we'll shut the doors accordingly and go into closed session if that's the desire of the board. And I know Ms. Sefcik, dinner should be available, and we can do that. And then we're finished with closed session. I guess we can reopen the doors for the evening's public hearing if whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Yeah, okay, if our board's pleasure, we will eat and work.
Mr. Chairman, we'll just need a motion to enter into closed session.
So moved.
Cool.
Okay. So we're going to, okay,
That's my first.
we got a motion and a second. And so Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed session and according with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property in regards to solid waste collection site. A29, discussion of terms of a public contract where discussion in public would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county in regards to a potential boundary adjustment with a neighboring county of the code as Virginia as amended. You want to do a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Thompson. Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell. And
Okay.
Supervisor Smith is absent for this vote.
And we are in closed session, so if one of you gentlemen would pull it
Supervisor Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor, sorry. Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
And Chairman Mitchell.
Yes.
Excellent.
Motion carries.
I sure could use a cigarette right
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next up on the agenda, or we can take this after the public hearings, are board appointments, and that's attachment number 11 in the board booklet.
Okay. Chris, Mr. Tatum is here and I'm here.
Okay.
I was thinking we'd already voted, but